Milan isn't coming from South Africa now. No. Tomorrow in Leicester. Yeah, we had it.
Storms can go to about so hopefully though, we'll have an interesting day today for you. Morning, Rich, you alright?
Morning, you.
Yeah.
Morning, guys.
What are your pictures you put on yesterday?
Yeah. With your trousers hoisted up.
Yeah, very good. Well done.
I thought they might have shrunk in the rain a bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, it's Richard. I've just dialed in, just if somebody could, when they get a chance, have a quick word down the line. That would be great. Thank you. Good morning, how are we? Yeah, good. Hoping for a full day's cricket. Yeah, I did, but it is a lot better today. You know, it's a lot of blue around, there's a decent wind, and it could be a decent day. Could be a really decent day's cricket. Yeah, something like that. Do you know what I mean? Depends how quickly these last few wickets fall. They'll fiddle it around somehow, so it's sort of like chasing 320 in 70, something like that. So it might be fairly normal for about 10 overs, and then it could be quite interesting. It could do, yeah, it could do. So yeah, it might be fun. So yeah, you can put it live. I'll send it through to Salford whenever you want. Please.
just depends how quickly they pick these two wickets that I would suggest. But the moment they want to go and get the bonus back.
Test, test, 1, 2, 3, 4. 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 Super duper. Well, a very good morning. Welcome to the Fisher County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Day 4 of the Bob Willis Trophy first class match between Leicestershire and Durham. And I'm delighted to be able to tell you that I'm looking out on a sun-drenched Fisher County Ground. The forecast, at last, is reasonably positive. There are a few grey clouds around, but the suggestion from pretty much all the weather apps that we've seen is that we're going to be dry certainly until mid-afternoon and probably, hopefully, beyond that. So we could get a full day's play, and a very interesting full day's play it promises to be. Brought to you ball by ball commentary by BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Newcastle, myself Richard Ray for the former, my colleague Martin Emerson for the latter. The situation is that Durham are about to resume their first innings on 250 for 7. Well, given that we've lost the best part of 186 overs, 186.4 overs to be exact, in fact, on the first 3 days, you'd question whether there could possibly be a positive result in the game. But we spoke to both captains last night, Leicestershire's Colin Ackerman and Durham's Ned Eckersley, and both indicated a readiness to sort of set a game up, which obviously will involve a couple of declarations, maybe even 3 declarations if Durham aren't bowled out in their first innings. So my guess is that reading the mood music and having seen Durham going through their plenty of bowling warm-ups this morning, some sort of agreement has been reached. So both sides will want to pick up the last bonus point available from the first innings. Leicestershire will need 2 more wickets. Durham, well, not the last available to them, but they'll want at least 1 more. Durham will want to get to 300. If they get to sort of 310, 320, it will take maybe 15 overs or so. A fairly normal cricket, and then there might be a declaration. Leicestershire would declare their first innings. Durham would declare their second, and Leicestershire would be left, my guess, what do you think, is around about 320 in 68, 70 overs, something like that. It's not a particularly fast scoring wicket, that has to be said. The ball isn't really coming onto the bat. It is a very fast outfield. The amount of rain we've had notwithstanding, it has dried up splendidly. The groundsman leaving sawdust, I can see, out at both ends for the bowlers. So negotiations between Ned Eckersley and Colin Ackerman, former teammates of course, will have been cordial, but it'll be interesting to see how it works out. Neither side has much to lose, to be honest. Leicestershire having lost 1 game already in a 5-game tournament, Durham having lost both. Winning and losing doesn't really affect other sides. Relegation's not at stake, so really not much to lose at all for either side in those terms in going for the win. So hopefully it will be the sort of target which Leicestershire feel they have a really good chance of getting, and Durham feel they have enough overs to bowl Leicestershire out in. We shall see come declaration time. You can contact us on Twitter. Be delighted to hear from you if you do, at Rich M. Ray, R-A-E, at Marty Cricket, Marty with a Y, Cricket. And that is the quickest way to get in touch, obviously, with either of us, assuming we keep checking our Twitter feeds, which we try to do from time to time. The 2 umpires are heading out into the middle, Nick Cook and Neil Malander. Nick Cook with his hands plunged deep in his pockets, but happy to say that unlike yesterday when he was inspecting an absolutely sodden outfield, he doesn't have his trousers sort of hoisted up. No danger of getting wet today at the moment. The Leicestershire players are gathered on the boundary in front of the meet where they are housed this season, and the 2 not out Durham batsmen, Ned Eckersley and Bryden Carse. Eckersley on 7, Bryden Carse on 14. 250 for 7. They came together. The loss of the single wicket that fell yesterday in just the 8.5 overs that were possible. Paul Coughlin caught at point by Sam Evans off the bowling of Gavin Griffiths without scoring. And the sun just has gone behind one of the clouds, but the wind is quite brisk from the sort of south today. Just looking at the smoke coming out of one of the thin chimneys away to the south in Aylestone, one of the factory chimneys, is sort of heading vaguely towards us, so that is to the south, and it is quite a warmish but a stiffish breeze, and that just might, fingers crossed, keep the clouds moving at a decent rate. So we do have a few overs of the current over left to bowl. Indeed, it's only we still haven't got to the first new ball, which I remember is 90 overs, 83.2 we've had in the innings, indeed in the match as a whole. And it will be Will Davis to resume that over. No electronic scoreboard with us as yet, so happily the manual scoreboard is manned. And just looking around, there are no slips, so I wonder if agreement has been reached that the runs will be made quickly. In goes Davis and bowls very wide outside off stump. Steps forward. Casts and just lets it go through to wicketkeeper Harry Swindles. First time he's been without company in the slips in the game so far. I hope we're going to get the electronic scoreboard. Perhaps it just hasn't warmed up yet. In goes Davis and bowls very wide again. Looking for outswing, but almost unreachable as far as cast is concerned, so not much point there in those sort of deliveries, really. Eckersley 66 on his back. Used to seeing him with a different number on his back for Leicestershire, of course. In comes Davis and bowls. That's much straighter. Forward goes cast and just deflects it behind point. There's a strange look between the two batsmen. Neither seemed particularly convinced that there was a run there. There always was, because the man at point, Dieter Klein, had a good few yards to go to his left, and in the end number 66 and number 99 did indeed cross. And Eckersley, when he reached the far end, gave Cast a rather old-fashioned look. I guess he thought it was Cast's call. Davis in to Eckersley down the leg side, tries to help it on its way, not taken cleanly by Harry Swindles, who's going to have to sprint after it. Went about 10 to 12 yards behind him, and he throws it at the stumps and hits them. And there's hands on heads there in case it actually perhaps accidentally run him out. Indeed, he hadn't. Eckersley had made his ground leg by signal, so Eckersley remains on 7. The electronic scoreboard is with us, which is good to see, but it hasn't updated itself as yet. So 3 runs from the over. Happily, the manual scoreboard is up and running. 253. 15 to Bryden Cast, 7 to Ned Eckersley. And who is going to get the job of bowling at the Bennett end? Looks like it's going to be Harry Dearden, which probably tells you all you need to know about what has been agreed. We aren't going to get too much quote unquote proper cricket. In goes Dearden and tosses one up and just turned off his toes. In fact, it's Sam Evans. It's Sam Evans having a bowl. Goodness me. Well, this may be his first bowl in first-class cricket. I certainly haven't seen him bowl anywhere, unless he bowled for Loughborough. He's played a few games for Loughborough MCCU. Remains to be seen. In he goes and bowls off spin and just turned off his legs by Eckersley. Nobody wants to get out to a bowler like Evans. Davis runs round from long leg, takes the single. As I say, the electronic scoreboard is it's up and it's showing yesterday's score. Well, it's slowly getting there. Bits and pieces are being updated. Evans goes in, pushed out into the offside. And the single taken by Brydon Cast, 255 for 7. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Evans is in, tosses it to the leg side, or attempted to be turned down the leg side. Leg by is taken. Eckersley walks the single. This is very odd sort of cricket, but that's how it goes. Here comes the update. Yeah, fingers crossed. 4 days play. That's the suggestion. That's the forecast, and hopefully it'll be an exciting one. Durham resumed on 250 for 7 in their innings, which doesn't suggest the possibility of a positive result. The captains both want to set up a game, so what will happen is that Durham will get some quick runs. Will basically let them get some quick runs, and they will declare on about 310 for 7. Both sides will then declare their first and second innings respectively, and Leicestershire will try and chase down those runs. So it'll all be a little bit odd for the first few overs, but then we should have a great game of cricket. At the moment, Durham 256 for 7. Hassan Azad is going to get a bowl as well. So Sam Evans and Hassan Azad now. This is definitely a first for Hassan Azad. Sam Evans, I'm not quite sure about. I will check once the scoreboards all update themselves. They're very slow in getting going this morning. But Hassan Azad, I'm certain, hasn't had a bowl in first class, but it looks like it could be leg spin. Let's have a look-see. Azad is in. It is leg spin. He goes back, and it's a little wide outside off stump and cut away by Eckersley, who's going to pick up just a single. Moves on to 9, I think. And although the manual scoreboard has given the runs to Brydon Cast, which is even... There we go. There's Eckersley's runs. In goes... Oh! Has it gone through and bowled him? It's bowled him! Hassan Azad has a wicket with his second ball. Everybody looks a little bit embarrassed. Oh, this is really sort of almost farcical, I'm afraid. But it's whether it was the googly or stayed a little bit low. But Hassan Azad has picked up a wicket with just his second ball in first-class cricket. He's bowled Brydon Cast, who's wandering off, and there's sort of lots of hands on hips out there, and everybody looks sort of a little bit awkward. But the two umpires are coming together to have a word in the middle, but this is all has a whiff of farce about it. But Azad, with his second ball, as far as I'm aware, in first... Oh, hang on, the umpire's waving at the scorers because, well, the electronic scoreboard is absolutely, well, frozen or all over the place. It just isn't functioning at all. And Hassan Azad, whether he had a bowl for Loughborough as well, because he played quite a few overs for Loughborough too, I'm not quite sure. But anyway, Hassan Azad has picked up a first-class wicket for Leicestershire. I can definitely say it's his first-class wicket for Leicestershire. That I can be sure about. Not much else I can be sure about, I'm afraid, at the moment. But the score is 258 for 8. So I think the idea was that Hassan Azad would sort of toss a few up, but everybody looks deeply worried about it. Ben Raines at the wicket to face Azad, who goes in, tosses one right up, and Rain just waits for it and clips it out to Long Gone, who walks towards it. Will Davis, probably thinking, Will Davis, oh, crumbs, how hard do I have to work for my wickets? And Hassan Azad has got one with his second ball. In he goes, tosses it right up again, almost a full toss. Eckersley waits for it and just pushes it out into the offside. Leicestershire basically giving Durham these runs. The fielder's back on the boundary. I'm sure Martin will join us in due course. In goes Azad and bowls a massive full toss, swatted away by Rain down to deep mid-wicket, and a single is taken. underarms the ball to Azad. He walks in, bowls, full toss again. Eckersley drives out towards deep cover. Might get two there because it's slightly wide of Ackerman. They will. Nobody's in any hurry. Two taken. So Azad picked up, I think to his embarrassment, a wicket in his first over. And the score after 2 overs of the day is, I think, 260, because even the manual scoreboards are all over the place at the moment. Ned Eckersley has 11. Ben Rain has a single. It's all rather sort of vaguely incestuous out there at the moment, with 2 former Leicestershire players of long standing at the crease. The electronic scoreboard seems to have completely given up the ghost. It needs switching off and on again. The manual scoreboard showing 253, which is wrong. 263, that sounds right. And a wicket has fallen this morning, that of Bryden Cars, who, in extraordinary circumstances, was bowled by Hassan Azad. And in goes Evans and throws up a wide, and even then Rain, it's so slow and gentle, Rain reaches it and just sort of prods it out into the offside. Back goes Klein and picks up, and 2 runs are taken. Neither Eckersley nor Rain will want to get out in these circumstances, as Evans now, well, he's kind of deliberately bowling wides almost, and Rain tries to swat it away through the offside. It's not very pretty, Martin, is it, watching? But it has to be done.
A few pies being thrown up here. I think the one, I just caught it out the corner of my eye as I was finishing my bulletin.
Azad in, and I beg your pardon, Evans in, and tosses one up outside off stump. Prodded away, really, swatted away into the offside, picked up by Klein, single taken.
Came back really low, didn't it?
It did. I don't know whether Hassan Azad has got a one that comes back in as a leg spinner. Evans, absolute full toss that's clipped away by Eckersley out towards deep mid-wicket. They're going to run at 2. We're going to go through this until we reach whatever target has been agreed between the 2 teams. Well, Ned Eckersley could finish with a nice little sort of 50 not out here, which won't do him any harm in terms of the averages. In goes Evans and bowls, and driven by Eckersley out towards mid-off. It's not very edifying, but as I say, well, just something that sometimes first-class cricket has to endure in order to set up a game, and that's what we're enduring. Evans in and tries to give Rain a simple full toss down the leg side to hit away. Rain misses it. You try and commentate on the next lot.
I've got a sad down mine as an offie.
Well, that way it's leg spin. Have a look. It's leg spin. He's trying to bowl anyway. Anyway, 1 for 2. He's sorry. That was. Let's see if that was his first class wicket. Yeah. He might have bowled some for Loughborough.
It is. It's his first by the looks of things.
Well, everybody looked acutely embarrassed, didn't they?
But here then, this is
that again.
I've written the wrong player down. I've written a player's name down on my scorecard. He wasn't even in the match. Not even at this club anymore. Right, so I'll get Evans. I put Slater down instead of Evans.
Ben Slater.
Yeah.
Sammy Evans.
Right, here we go then, Assad. Right arm over. And it's slow. Slow to snail's pace. That's cut off towards .41 by, well, the cover boundary really, by Ned Eckersley.
I don't think.
Here he comes again, and that's got to be a no ball for height, and I don't know where it's gone. Where's it gone? Out towards, cow corner. Surely that was. I mean, that went way up in the air.
They're not going to call it unless they really have to, are they? Because by the time it got to me, it was about waist high.
Here he comes again and bowls. There's another full toss. And that's gone off towards wide long off for 1. We've got most of the players around the boundary here. Meanwhile, over the wall, we can see some of the Durham bowlers in the nets having a practice as Assad bowls again. Gets this one to pitch. It's pulled by Ben Rain for 1. He's wearing number 44, and it's fielded by number 44, Will Davis, down below our commentary position at long on.
There's lots of double numbers. I saw, I mean, obviously Eckersley in 66 and Carson in 99. It's key. Yeah. the thing up in Durham.
Assad bowls again. That's got to be a wide. It's gone off the side of the pitch. It is a wide. I think that's the first of the match.
I think so.
It's Nick Cook at this end.
It is, yes.
Yeah, he didn't know where to look there, did he? Assad bowls again. Whoa, that's a full toss.
I think he's deliberately bowling
yeah.
them. He's been told to deliberately bowl them, essentially. They're too dangerous when they pitch.
Declaration bowling we've got on here. I've not seen a game like this before where... Never? I can't think I have, no. Where a few pies have been thrown up.
There you go, Rainey.
That's a steak and kidney. That's gone off towards...
Harry Dearden.
The square leg boundary. 1 run. It was in the air for a while and I just saw it landing in his hand. I never saw it bounce, but...
They'll want an extra wicket, Leicestershire, just to get that extra bonus point, as Durham will get the extra bonus point for passing 300. So, not quite sure what what do you reckon the target will be? I'm going for 320 in 75, something like that.
Yeah, if they get there, they might be all up before then, mightn't they?
Surely not with this stuff. Shouldn't be. They'd be furious, Brain and Eckersley, to get out to this stuff. Sam Evans is just sort of standing at the crease and bowling gentle pies outside off stump. That's swatted away by Rain. That finally is a 4. He's got that one through extra cover, but we might as well all stand out on the boundary, the Leicestershire players, so that they don't have so far to go and pick the ball up. Yeah, if you're watching the stream, wondering what's going on, it is all entirely sort of deliberate. It's just not very nice to see. Tom Taylor's standing sort of very deep at, well, sort of back towards short third man. That's very wide from Evans and is so signalled from umpire Malander at the Bennett end. Even Ben Rain wasn't going to be able to reach that one. Harry Swindles is actually standing back to the gentlest of slow bowling. In goes Evans, bowls, and Rain is a little bit careful. He doesn't want to edge one to Swindles and just guides that one out towards deep point where Dearden fields, and there's no run. The electronic scoreboard has been switched off, so perhaps it will be switched back on again, and fingers crossed will work. Evans is into Eckersley down the leg side and hit away down towards deep backward square by Eckersley, who jogs a single. 90 overs maximum today. Well, obviously, I think the last hour rule applies still.
Yeah.
In Bob Willis Trophy games. In goes Evans outside off stump. Rain just again swats it out. Oh, there is nobody out there, so everybody's arguing about who's going to get it. Harry Dearden isn't chasing, he's just sort of jogging, making sure the ball crosses the ropes. Cross it does. Evans and Rain, former colleagues of course, grin at each other. Ben Rain tucks in, doing their averages no harm at all, the two former Leicestershire men. Evans is in and bowls, same again from Rain, a little bit closer to him this time, so he plays it out towards backward point off his back foot, and the one is taken. Tom Taylor was about to head up to the other end there from sort of second slip, but Neil Mann says remember the wide, one more to come. Evans from no more than 2 strides goes in and bowls quite straight to Eckersley, who just waits and turns it calmly off his legs down towards backward square. Picks up 1. 290 then for 8. 88 overs have been bowled now. Is it or is it 89? The two umpires
89.
are on their radios to the scorers are saying we're going to need that electronic scoreboard a bit later if they possibly can get it fixed.
I know the one at Durham doesn't cope well after it's rained heavily.
Maybe a little bit of dampness has got into the works, but they should be built to absorb it, shouldn't they?
Right, what's this? I've definitely never seen anything like this, not even in club cricket. This is 2 runs, Hassan Assad bowling to Ned Eckersley, a full toss, and he's declaring, is he? What's he doing?
Looks that way. Right. Now, maybe it's... Have I got to play a few overs of
Sanitisation break?
Well, no, the batsman wouldn't be going off.
No.
So
they're declaring
at 280.
280 something.
289, is it?
I think there's a glitch in the system, because looking at all the online scorecards, they're all frozen as well.
Quick info seems to be.
That says 269, so that's
I've
wrong.
got 288 on it.
Oh, well done.
Maybe it just needs a 291. It looks like a declaration has come.
Yeah, the scorecard on the live feed's frozen.
I might just have
as well.
a quick word with the umpires, if you'll just give me a second, and just see if I can get any.
Well, just trying to wait for scorecards to unfreeze themselves. There's obviously some kind of
Declaration, chaps. Thank you.
What's the score, Richard?
292.
So it looks like Durham made 291 then, and they have gone off. So Ben Rain 8 not out, and Ned Eckersley 11 not out.
292 off 82.
Target 292 off 82. So basically what this means is that Durham have declared on 291 for 8. Then Leicestershire have declared their first innings, so they don't get any batting points in this one, but they're happy with the, well, they've got 2 bowling points, Durham have got 2 batting points, so they're all equal there. And then
Target is 292 off 88 overs, according to Nick Cook, but you see, it's gone to 90, lose 2 for this, so maybe you can get. We thought you could only have 90 today, didn't we?
I'm sure you can only have 90 on the final day.
I thought Nick Cook said off 80. Let's hear.
I thought he told you 82 overs.
Ah, fair enough.
You said it, and I wrote down 292 from 82.
You're right then. 292 off 82. So that's that's fairly generous on the part of Ned Eckersley, I would say.
Yeah.
But it does mean he's given himself extra overs, doesn't it? Because if it had been sort of 72, 74, something like that, on this track it might have been quite hard, but we're going to have some proper cricket now. 292 off 82 overs. Strange times. Strange few overs that was, wasn't it? 291 for 8. Bryden Cars, I think, is going to go down in history as Hassan Azad's only, you never know, but I suspect he might be his only first class victim. You never know. I wonder if that dismissal is is on the highlights reel.
Reminded me of when Phil Mustard got Luke Wright.
There you go.
Is it on there? Can you rewind it back?
I can. It sort of spun back in. Whether he meant it to spin back in, I'm not sure. But it came off the pads and then went onto the stumps.
Oh, that stayed really low. Yeah.
The fact that it stayed low might just concern Durham, Leicestershire a fraction. They're going to have to try and bat on this.
Can I draw your attention to this tweet that I saw today? Newton Cricket Club. Congratulations to Johnny Mercer today for a batting hat-trick. So he was caught out off a no ball. He was then bowled off the free hit, and then got bowled the next ball as well. So that's got to be quite unusual. Newton Cricket Club, members of the Derbyshire and Cheshire Cricket League. So a bit of history for him. And we saw a few pies chucked up there. And then we're going to see some proper cricket again, as Richard says. If you want to get in touch, at Marty Cricket on Twitter, at Rich M. Ray, or weirdcricket@yahoo.co.uk.
We'd be delighted to hear from you.
Got a stiff southerly breeze today. No rain is forecast, but yesterday it wasn't either. Not in the morning when we started. It said there might be a hail shower around about 10, but that never materialised. But then around about 11:30 or so, it absolutely clattered down. And looking at the radar, it just bubbled up right above us. It didn't drift in from the southeast. It just materialised on top of us. as can happen in the height of the summer. The Durham players heading out from their dressing room at the Bennett end.
There's much amusement on Twitter from the Leicestershire supporters about Bat Padman, i.e. Hassan Azad's wicket. Serious wrong, and says Fango. Brilliant stuff from the Demon, says Brunty. Good stuff. Now we have some potential for a really good day's cricket. A really good chase. And Ben Rain looks like he's going to open the bowling for Durham. Practicing his run-up. A run-up with which he is acutely familiar. Although, in his time here, as he frequently pointed out to me, somewhat wryly, he tended to get the ball at the other end and plough up the slope. Be asked to plough up the slope while the likes of Mohammed Abbas and Clint Mackay came down the slope from the Bennett end. Now Rainey's going to come down it.
Yeah, I was talking about not really seeing declaration bowling like that before. I don't think I have. Other than that incident where Phil Mustard came on for the last over of a match which Durham were clearly going to lose down at Hove and took the wicket of Luke Wright with about 3 needed or something like that. But it wasn't declaration bowling as such, it was end of match bowling. But Paul Collingwood wasn't a fan when he was a captain of contrived results like that. He didn't want to go down that road, and he felt. I mean, it's different this year. It's a five-week season.
Exactly. Yeah. It's
so
a different sort of competition.
I think you could get off the moral high horse this year because, thankfully, we just wanted to see a bit of cricket, didn't we? So we are at least seeing some first-class cricket, which for quite a long time might not have happened. So, you know, the draw's no good to either side, so they need to try and get something out of this.
And the key thing is it doesn't affect other sides, does it?
No.
There's no relegation. It's okay.
But Paul Collingwood was always of the opinion you wouldn't do it at the start of the season, so why would you suddenly do it at the end of the season? I remember Durham playing at Derbyshire in 2013, and at the start of the Saturday morning, the final day of the 4 days, it had been a wet week. Durham was still in their first innings, and Yorkshire were neck and neck with Durham for the title race. Durham had just beaten Yorkshire in Scarborough, and it just got ahead of them, and Yorkshire were down at Hove, and they contrived to try and get a result at Hove, and there was fury among the Durham players, but then the fog came and ruined things, or a sea threat came and ruined things at Hove anyway. But Durham managed to bowl Derbyshire out twice that afternoon and turned the game on its head and won from nowhere, and then went on to win the title the following week, I think it was. So home to Nottinghamshire.
Zad finishes with figures of 1 for 15 apparently.
Is there cricket anywhere else? I know there's I don't think they've started at Edgbaston, have they? Let's have a look what's going on elsewhere. I've sort of lost track. I can't even remember who's playing who, to tell you the truth, because we've had that little chance to actually sit and concentrate at looking at a scoreboard, because we've not been on air that much. We've lost 2 days here. Right. Did Pakistan-England finish eventually? That was a draw.
It did.
7th shortest game in terms of balls bowled, I think it was, in Test history. So Leicestershire have forfeited their first innings and about to come out and bat their second then. It is raining in Leeds. Yorkshire 400 for 6 declared, Derbyshire 198 for 6. I knew they were having problems yesterday, and up the road at Nottingham they were having problems with the weather as well, weren't they? Warwickshire are playing against Somerset in a low scoring one there. They were all out for 121 and now 115 for 6. Somerset having made 413 for 9 declared, but it's raining in Birmingham. They are playing at Brighton, it says here. Sussex, they're not playing in oh no, it's Surrey are playing at Arundel, aren't they? That confused me, yeah. Right, so Sussex made 194, bowled Essex out for 140, Sussex now 62 for 3 in their second innings. In Northampton, Worcestershire are in their second innings at 186 for 6. They lead by 193, so they made 219 in their first innings, and then ended up with a 7-run lead. Notts made 472, Lancashire 138 for 6 after 51 overs, so they're playing there. In Canterbury, Middlesex made 269, Kent are 168 for 6 in their first innings. And at Arundel it's delayed again, so Surrey are actually the home team for that one, I think. They are 100. They made 172, and Hampshire 220 for 3, but it's raining there. And they are playing in Cardiff. Glamorgan hosting Gloucestershire. Are 31 for 2 in their second innings and trail by 34. We are ready to get going here. The Durham players are out on the field, and the Leicestershire batsmen now appear from the meet in the right-hand corner of the ground.
And it is Sam Evans and Hassan Azad, so an important knock this for Evans, having bowled his first few deliveries in first-class cricket in extraordinary circumstances this morning. This is an important innings.
Scoreboard's telling us 82 overs remaining.
Yeah. The first of which will be bowled by Ben Rain. I wonder if we'll get the update before he delivers his first ball. But he will be bowling to Hassan Azad. Still no doubt on cloud 9 after picking up his first class wicket. 3 slips standing beside Ned Eckersley, as Rain is going to go around the wicket to Azad, who's going to be batting, it looks like, quite a long way outside his crease. Seems to be something he's adopted early in the innings, Azad. A technique he's adopted just to try and negate a little bit of swing if it's around. Encouragement for Rain from his Durham teammates. Cloudy at the Fisher County ground as Rain charges down the slope and bowls to Azad down the leg side, and a nice take by Ned Eckersley as it bounced past the hip of Azad, and Eckersley athletically leapt away to his right, always a good athlete, and took it neatly. Two-handed. Make sure there were no early extras. I think Rain was 44 at Leicestershire as well, I think, so he's managed to retain his number. And he charges, bowls to Azad onto the legs, turned by Azad off round around leg stumps, only as far as the man trying to cover both sort of mid-wicket and square leg, so no run. Lots of clapping from the Durham players. Here comes the update. Mid-over. 'Twas ever thus. Rain stops at the end of his mark. Top of his mark. Down the slope he comes and bowls nice and straight. And again, thick inside part of the bat. Stepping across his crease from Azad as he defends that one into the leg side. And there's no run. Here comes the update. I don't like the word storms, I must admit, but at the moment it's dry here at Grace Road, and we do have a good game on because Leicestershire have been set a target by Durham of 292 to win the game of 82 overs. We had a curious little session this morning when Leicestershire lobbed a few up for Durham to get a few quick runs. That was a target that was agreed in the two captains last night. Durham then declared their first innings on 291. Leicestershire then declared their first innings on 0 for 0. Durham declared their second innings on 0 for 0, thus setting Leicestershire that target. They haven't scored a run as yet. We're in the first over, and at the moment the Foxes yet to score, but yet to lose a wicket either. Back with you online. Just turned again off the straight by Azad, again out towards square leg, and Rain, hand on head, thinking one of these just might sneak through onto the pads before too long.
Bowling figures, interestingly, Davis, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 31 runs. Parkinson, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 31 runs. But Davis got a wicket, Parkinson didn't. Taylor, 2 for 49 from 21 overs, 7 maidens. Klein, 1 for 57 from 15 overs, no maidens.
Rain then to finish his opening over comes in. Bowls on off stump to Azad, who defends carefully, dropping the ball out into the offside. End of the first over. A maiden over from Ben Rain, reducing the target to 292 off 81.
Griffith 3 for 52 from 23 overs, 6 maidens there. Ackerman none for 17 from 5 overs, 1 maiden. Assad 2.1 overs, a wicket with his second ball in first class cricket. 1 for 15 he took, no maidens. And Evans none for 22 from 3 overs.
Griffiths probably was about the pick of the bowlers, I think. Taylor impressive as well.
Matt Salisbury will ball from the pavilion end. Sun shining at the moment.
I didn't like the word storms being mentioned in the BBC Radio Leicester.
94 wickets
weather
he's
forecast.
got at the moment. Best figure 6 for 37 against Middlesbrough in 2018. Started through the Essex age groups and had a trial at Hampshire. Played there briefly. Played for Suffolk in the minor counties. And he's going to bowl here, right arm over to Evans as he comes in, and that is played out into the covers, the Bryden cast. Bounces once.
Sam Evans then, just 22. Leicester boy. Welcome back to the Fisher County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Afternoon session on this, the final day of the Bob Willis Trophy match between Leicestershire and Durham. Beautifully poised, I can tell you, because Leicestershire are about to resume their second innings on 60 for 1, needing another 232 runs off 60 overs at 3.87 runs per over. 60 overs, weather permitting. That is, at the moment it is dry. There is plenty of bits of blue sky around. We had a lovely lunch break, I have to say. Lots of sunshine around, but where the weather has been coming from, there are some slightly ominous clouds. Fingers crossed we're going to be okay anyway for at least, I would think, an hour or two. The Durham side re-emerging from their new home, which is to say the away team's new home here at the Fisher County Ground. During the pandemic they are housed at the Bennett end of the ground in the Turner Indoor Centre in two of the hospitality suites on the first floor. The Leicestershire side, the two batsmen emerge from the meet, or to be precise, a little marquee in the seats in front of the meet. Leicestershire changing on the first floor of the meet, the old the bar and restaurant area, but sitting in the seats away to our right between the meet and the pavilion. BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Newcastle, your commentary team for this game, of course. Richard Ray and Martin Emerson, your commentators. The two batsmen heading out into the middle are Harry Dearden, who is 16 not out of 31 balls, and Sam Evans, who both opened the bowling for Leicestershire this morning and now back in a more familiar role, opening the batting as well. He's 19 not out of 59 balls. And opening the bowling for Durham will be Paul Coughlin from the Bennett end.
Switching ends. Looks a little bit different out there now, doesn't it? It's gone a bit grey. They are apparently suffering from a bit of rain to the north of us at Nottingham, so that's gone up the M1 and missed us. Coughlin in from the Bennett end, wideish delivery first up.
mark. It looks like he's going to have a go up the slope. He came out during the lunch interval and practiced a couple of deliveries uphill, but if there's anyone who knows how to bowl up the slope on this ground, it is Ben Raine, who's bowled literally, I would say, thousands of times, thousands of overs, let alone deliveries up the slope. Over his 6 years, I think he was at Leicestershire. So it's a familiar sight. Ben Raine running away from me on top of this pavilion. In he goes past umpire Malander and bowls to Sam Evans, very straight. Evans half forward, just a hint of outswing, and pushed back down the pitch on the on side by Evans. There's no run. Eckersley shades have got a tacular sort of red reflective tinge when they catch the sun, which is still out from time to time here at the Fisher County ground.
He took career best match figures here last year of 9 for 97, and he took 5 for 47 in the Foxes' second innings as they were bowled out for 273.
In he goes and bowls to Evans, drops a little bit short, and Evans has to, although he's on his back foot, has to wait for it a little bit, and he's sort of coming down by the time the ball arrives and drops it out into the offside, and there's no run. I think offered those figures this afternoon. Ben
193, but this was in a game, remember, where Durham were pulled out for 117 in their first innings, which was their lowest score of the season. I remember coming into the ground on the morning of day 2 and looking across at the Leicestershire players and wondering how many Durham players would rather be in their camp on day 2.
Raine is in, bowls fullish this time. Again, Evans only sort of half forward, presents a very straight bat, though very vertical indeed. Out to mid-on, and again, no run. Raine. That's something he wasn't really called at Leicestershire, so pitch and flies very close to the window there. Obviously picking up slightly different variations, but not hugely so. No great increase in imagination. In goes Ben Raine. Bowls to Evans, who's forward outside off stump, thick outside edge along the ground all the way through third slip. There is now a third man, however, so doesn't pick up the 4 he might have done before lunch, just picks up 1. We're on to 21, the same score as Harry did. Leicestershire to 67 for 1. Right, goes around the wicket to Dearden. Bowls, drops a touch short onto middle stump, and Dearden on the back foot waits for it and turns it firmly, but without any real aggressive intent, out towards mid-wicket, picked up by Cameron Steele, and there's no run. Messrs Dixon and Beddingham keeping up the volleys of applause after each delivery, from first and second slip respectively.
Seems like a world away, doesn't it? Beddingham out for 96 on day 1. Seems like a long time ago. Day 1.
In goes Raine and bowls again towards middle and leg. Thick inside part of the bat as he defends that one, Harry Dearden, but plenty of bat on it as it bounces out towards square leg. Not a great throw. The strike, he moves on to 22. Leicestershire 68 for 1. Another 225 needed off 58. Beg your pardon, 224 needed off 58 overs at 3.85.
If you want to get in touch, the email address is weirdcricket@yahoo.co.uk, at MartyCricket on Twitter, or at Rich M. Ray on Twitter. Coghlan from the Bennett end running in towards us. Balls to the left-handed Dearden. That's played out into the covers, no run. 1 ball after lunch on the stream, so I unplugged it and plugged it back in, and that's it.
It must be, it's not the greatest of.
Well, I know last year Durham tried to link our system with their system last year, and basically all they're taking from us is an audio feed, but then it has to be digitised as Coghlan bowls, and that's driven back at him. He tries to snatch it with his right hand, and it just runs away. 1 run to the sawdust at the far end of the ground, in line with the stumps. Brings Evans on to strike here on 23. 69 for 1. The target, remember, 20, and they had 82 overs in which to try and get them.
These systems are gradually being phased out. I don't really understand the technicalities, but the BBC's gradually going to be switching on to VoIP apparently.
Coghlan bowls. Well, he's defended on the offside, no run, picked up by Burnham. Well, all they're doing here is taking an audio feed from us, just effectively sticking a pair of headphones.
I understand that bit.
So then
I don't understand the new
yeah, a box of tricks downstairs and to be digitised and fed their live camera feed, so goes through.
New protocols, voice over internet protocols will make things simpler. Fingers crossed.
Coghlan again bowls, and Evans plays out into the covers, finds Burnham, dot ball, it went along the ground. We do use technology which you can commentate on quite easily now on Broad, which we use every year at South Northumberland through a system called Comrex. But the ISDN system, which was like originally one of the super fast phone line, was originally set up to so big companies like Marks and Spencers and stuff, and could send all their trading data around. Oh, now this one pops up on Evans as he tries to fend the ball off from Coghlan towards the leg side, and comes to rest on the pitch next to him. All right. Yeah, so I remember years ago, a pal of mine was a manager of a Beefeater pub where we used to go, and they had ISDN, and it constantly sending sales figures. He came up with an ID passed on. But now super fast broadband is leaving it in its wake, isn't it? So Coghlan bowls and chopped down into the ground this time by Evans, picking up a ball just outside the off stump. And that is the end of the over. 69 for 1. BBC Radio Leicester with you, BBC Radio Newcastle. We're on 5 Live Sports Extra.
I don't believe so.
No.
Hello if we are, but nobody's told us if we are.
We were. Where had they been then? Somewhere was obviously off for rain with it. Warwickshire. I think that. To be honest, I think Kevin Howell's been tweeting pictures of Warwickshire this week.
Okay. Yeah. It looks like it would. Logically, that would be the place to be, because it looks like Somerset are going to establish a solid lead at the top of a combined table, so to speak. Right, Ben Rain has asked Neil Malander to maybe change the ball, possibly. He's showing Neil Malander's showing the ball around, but he's not showing it to Nick Cook, the other umpire. So is it sanitising time anyway? That's what the players are all going to go and do. Maybe I'd lost count a little bit.
Bryden Cast walking on here. It's one of those aluminium flight cases which we used to carry our kit around in.
With a replacement ball.
Yeah. But he could actually be a diamond salesman from Antwerp.
It all looks very iffy, doesn't it?
Something out of a James Bond film. Ned Eggersley's come for a wander just to see which ball they're going to go for.
Batsman unconcerned, nothing they can do about it. They don't get a choice in the matter.
That's not very old, 25 overs and they're changing the ball.
I'll make a note, maybe this will start to swing. This one really hasn't done very much for the Durham seamers at all. We went through this sort of a season or two ago, didn't we? It used to be changed with absolute regularity round about 30 overs.
I actually wrote to the company in the end and asked them what was going on, and they said they weren't aware of it, but they were changing balls 20-30 overs. I remember one ball lasted 4 deliveries of a match. Durham against Somerset at Chesley Street, and Mark Stallman pulled the ball for 6 first over into the main stand, and that was the end of that ball. 4 balls.
There's some good concrete around that Durham ground there, isn't there, around the riverside, so thumping into that one to do it, have done it any good. Ben Rain to resume from the pavilion end. 1 over post lunch, 6 pre-lunch, 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14 for Ben at the moment. He's got 2 slips in position as he comes in to bowl to Harry Dearden. Drops a little bit short, stays low, and Dearden does well to keep it out. He swings back in, thick inside part of the bat, triples towards backward short leg. As well as Bryden Cast found out. Have kept low, but that one kept me low, and Dearden on the back foot did well to keep it out.
Looks like a good ball, this one.
Yeah, maybe this is a combination of ball and pitch, but as I say, from this end, 1 or 2 have just kept low. Such a different pitch to the one we used last week, one of the relayed pitches. In goes Rain, bowls forward on off stump goes Dearden, and that ball does absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. Pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. And Woodward, I think, love to get the opportunity and the fun he needs to relay a few more of them. But the one we used last week, one of 2 that have been relayed on the square, and it had pace for the first few days, pace, bounce, carry, and then it just started to turn nicely towards the end of the 3rd day. Ideal 4-day wicket. In goes Rain, and bowls full, and swinging in a bit, and Dearden looking to clip it away through mid-wicket. Doesn't quite time it, and it goes more or less straight to the aforementioned Bryden Cast, who's at mid-on at the moment. Who was the match referee? James Whittaker last week, and he was saying his report to the ECB would suggest that that was a sort of wicket that they ought to roll up and take everywhere, because it gave the bowlers something the batsman could score quickly on it, and it had sort of changing qualities as well. In goes Rain, and bowls in swinger again to the left-hander from round the wicket. Dearden behind it solidly, pushing up to mid-off this time, and there's no run. He looks like he may have shed a bit of timber, Ben Rain, as well.
I think so, yeah.
A few of the players have used the sort of time off in physical terms highly constructively. Everybody looks pretty well. Rain is in, bowls, and Dearden is hit on the back part of his leg before wicket. It was coming a little bit, and he was half forward. It was the in swinger, might just have even hit him on the back pad, and there was no doubt at all in Neil Mallander's mind. Not much in mine, I've got to say. We have a good view of that one. Half forward Dearden, and out LBW. Comprehensively, I would suggest. That is a big blow for Leicestershire, because as I say, he is one of those who can score quick. If he hadn't been, he'll be very, very disappointed. Big blow for Durham. Leicestershire 69 for 2.
Balls with the new ball. Nearly got him. So they're doing quite well against one ball. And then out of the box comes another, and they're like, oh, what's the history of this ball? How hard will it be? What will it do?
69 for 2, so 223 still needed for Leicestershire. The run rate is creeping towards 4 and over now. As I say, that won't concern them at all until this stage. They chased 9 and over against Lancashire, but obviously the target was that much smaller. There was also a very short boundary on one side. The pitch was not dissimilar to some extent. That was at Worcester. Different sort of thing. They could always sort of shut up shop, and I guess they could do that here as well at one point if things get really, if they were to be 5 or 6 down for 120 or something like that. But maybe a bit of deserved reward for Ben Rain. His first spell was a really good one from the Bennett end, and his accuracy has reaped rewards. Picked up the wicket of Harry Dearden. So this is possibly the key wicket now, that of Colin Ackerman, who waits as Rain goes in and bowls to him full outside off stump. He drives it away for 4. Oh, will it carry actually? The Alex Lees did start to jog after it, then he's realised it's only just making it, trickles over the ropes as Lees accelerating all the time. Had he gone from the start, he might have dragged that back actually, but he sort of turned and started to jog, and then suddenly realised it going down. So Rain rather dish one up there for, just lost the wind, having been bowling with perfect accuracy to the left-hander. Then Ackerman took full advantage. 73 for 2. Martin's going to pop next door to update BBC Radio Newcastle with the good news as far as they're concerned, that they've picked up another wicket. And I'll be updating BBC Radio Leicester shortly myself. Sun comes back out, but as I say, they're gathering clouds away where the weather's coming from. Coughlin into Evans, full, driven back towards Coughlin, puts out his right hand and deflects the ball into the stumps, but Ackerman, too older hand, dismissed in that respect, only back down in the crease, picks up the ball and to Coughlin, 73 for 2, Evans 21, Ackerman 4. More important now than ever that Evans digs in as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Coughlin is in, bowls outside off stump. Evans just leans forward, barely moves his feet, just lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Let's go through. 219 off 55.4 is the target. Well, what is left thereof? 3 slips for Evans as Coughlin is in and bowls to him, full on middle and leg stumps, dug out a little bit by Evans. Didn't put any weight into the shot though, just turned it more or less straight to Cameron Steele at mid-wicket. Danger of him not sort of keeping the scoreboard turning with the odd single or whatever is obviously that just heaps a little bit of extra pressure on the batsman at the other end. 21 off 72 balls for Sam Evans now. Waits with bat raised, slightly bent knees as Coughlin is in. Again to him, very short outside off stump, and banged it into the pitch, and he's cross with himself because Evans was never going to have anything to do with it. It was a little bit of a waste of effort, and it just swings his arm, his fist across his waist as he walks back towards the top of his mark. Coughlin turns, pounds in almost, bowls to Evans. Again it's wide outside off stump, and again he raises his eyes to the heavens in disappointment as it swings away. Here comes an update for BBC Radio. 73 but for 2 now the Foxes. They have lost another wicket since lunch, that of Harry Dearden, who went leg before wicket to the former Leicestershire player Ben Raine. He was playing nicely, Dearden, gone to 23 but just half forward to the in-swinger and was given out leg before wicket. Colin Ackerman has come in, Leicestershire's skipper. So much depends on him now. He hit his first ball for 4. Sam Evans continues to battle away, the young opener, 21 not out, all of which means that the Foxes need another 219 runs of 55 overs. Back with you online. You haven't missed a ball because Eckersley, the captain, came running out to have a word with Paul Coughlin, whether he'd just seen something and had a word with him. His arm had dropped a little bit. In he comes, Coughlin, and bowls, and it edged and just short of third slip, and going for the quick run, Evans makes his ground. It was a good call by Ackerman, but Evans was back on his heels rather, and the throw went to the bowler's end, but it was very difficult for third slip really in those circumstances. Who was Gethart to get onto the stumps, had to hit the stumps. The bowler wasn't back behind them and he wasn't able to do so. So Evans picks up 1, moves on to 22 and keeps the strike effectively, because that was the last ball of Coughlin's over. He's shaking his right arm a bit, Coughlin, as he walks back towards long leg. Rain is in to Evans, who gets a straight ball, but he just defends out into the offside, and there is no run. 74 for 2. 27 overs, or 27.1 overs now into the innings. The Durham physio is just maybe just a little bit of massage or something for Coughlin. I mean, just with those 2 balls that he tried to bang in, he just maybe just jarred something a little bit. In goes Rain and bowls full to Evans, who is walking into a defensive shot, pushing the ball out in mid-on, and there is no run. So Nickersley saw something, whether his arm was just coming away from the vertical. It's a slightly slingy action, Coughlan's, and he has got to be careful about, in terms of accuracy, in keeping his arm up tall when it just loses a degree or two. In goes Rain and bowls, squares up Evans a fraction, playing well in front of his pads, thick outside edge along the ground all the way into the covers, and there's no run. When he tries to bowl a little bit quicker, it just becomes a bit slingy and comes off the vertical a fraction. Applause from mid-wicket for Ben Rain. Who's now into his 9th over. In he comes. Bowls to Evans on off stump, just outside and stroked pleasantly enough, but again, no weight in the shot from Evans. Out into the offside and picked up cover by Alex Lees, no run. He had way another, wasn't on the field at all. So he should be fit and fresh.
I'm just looking at this. These are the wickets that they've just prepared there, which they've been rolling at lunchtime. They are very green, aren't they?
They are. They'll obviously trim them. I guess this one will be for the Nottinghamshire game, and then one for the first of the T20s, perhaps. Well, maybe it's an alternative. In goes Rain and bowls, and Evans is going to pick up a run this time. Reaches forward to a slightly wide-ish delivery, plays an angle bat along the ground through gully, runs down towards third man, picks up one, moves on to 23, 75 for 2.
This wicket they're using is effectively just a 2-day wicket, really, isn't it? So that won't take much repair to get that ready for a T20 game.
But one thing the groundsmen are not short, haven't been short of this season, is time or wickets, I guess, one way or another. The rest of the square looks beautifully green, doesn't it? And lush away to the west of the cut strip. In goes Rain and bowls to Ackerman. Nice shape to that one. Ackerman forward on off stump, defending it on the front foot out into the offside end of Rain's 9th over. 1 for 19 for Benjamin. 75 for 2. Leicestershire score. Still need another 217 runs off 54 overs. It has just crept over 4 runs and over, but as I say, that at this stage won't be a concern.
Andrew Hutchinson says, can you tell me when the football fixtures come out? I haven't got a clue. Not a clue. Coghlan here, bowling down the hill to Evans, who's on 23. That's played up towards short mid-wicket.
Some are out, aren't they?
Well, if the EFL Trophy,
whatever it's called,
yeah, they've come out.
The same one?
The Carabao Cup's the League Cup. The EFL Trophy is what used to be the Sherpa Vans Trophy, the lower league thing, where if you're in Division 3 or 4, your senior side play the junior teams from Championship and Premier League sides.
Did your beloved Sunderland get promoted? Or?
No, they didn't. They messed it up royally just towards the end. As Coghlan bowls, good ball, and they're appealing for a caught behind there, and nothing from the umpire.
Coghlan didn't really.
No, there's nothing from the bowler either.
No,
Nick Cook says not out. And it was a decent ball past the shoulder of the bat.
Super ball.
Evans stood there as if he didn't believe it hit it. We never heard anything in our microphone.
Blood doesn't go up. It's probably a bit of a giveaway. So they were in with a shout, were they?
Yeah, and then they had 2 terrible results back to back as Coghlan comes in again. Bowls! Oh, that's an even sharper ball. That's gone over the stumps, I think. Through to the keeper. They had a horrendous defeat at Bristol Rovers and a real lacklustre night where they effectively never turned up. Rovers hadn't won in months. And when it ended at points, they missed out on the playoffs by 1 point. But Wycombe Wanderers, who were in absolute freefall, and Sunderland hammered them 4-0 a few weeks earlier, then got voted back into the playoff zone, even though they were something like 8th or 9th. Coghlan bowls. Oh, nearly a tickle there, and this has been a few good deliveries from Paul Coghlan, and he's giving the verbals now and staring at Evans.
Sounds
Yeah.
right, you're probably entitled.
Is
Any
it?
danger of you hitting one? Oh, Nick
Yeah.
Cook's having a word with him though, so hopefully he's keeping it within the bounds of civilised conversation.
Paul's email to say you might need to keep an eye on the radar, there's rain around.
Yeah.
He's got 5 exclamation marks there, possibly 6. Cogling again to Evans, bowls, and that's guided away down towards third man for 4 because there's nobody there.
The injustice of it all, Paul Coughlin is no doubt saying to Sam Evans as Evans walks past, beaten to the wide, the first 3 deliveries to third man for 4.
There's an email here just asking what's on the cricket scorecard.
It's the sort of same as a declaration, except it means that it was 0 for 0. They didn't actually start their innings.
Yeah.
It wasn't. They didn't face a ball, so the innings is forfeited.
Yeah. Coughlin once more to Evans, final ball of the over, and he's played that back to the bowler, and he snatches it and stares at the batsman again. It's all a bit theatrics, this.
Sad news from the ECB that South Africa travel for the England women's tour. They were scheduled to play against the England women over here.
Were they going to play on this ground or not?
No. Certain grounds only.
Derby's
obviously.
been put aside,
I think
hasn't it?
Derby was one of the one of the bio bubbles or whatever they're actually called. But unfortunately, that squares with Yanaman Malan. This morning's announcement that he wasn't going to be able to make it either. Ben Rain from the pavilion end, in he goes and bowls to Ackerman outside off stump. Doesn't really get up, but it was about a foot outside and it swung away, so Ackerman had nothing to do with it. But again, it didn't rise much more than a couple of feet off the ground as it went through to Ned Eckersley behind us.
So just to put you in the picture of what's happened, Durham got to 291 for 8 this morning and declared. So their first innings spread over 4 days. Then Leicestershire declared their first innings at none for none, and Durham declared their second at none for none.
In goes Rain and bowls. Squares Ackerman up's appeal for a leg before. Hit him on the back pad, but it was swinging and it might have gone on, well, umpire Mallon decided it was going to go on to miss off stump, I suspect, but a very decent shout again from Ben Rain. Very much worthy of an appeal. Yeah, it did hit him on the back pad, but just swinging away. They'd love to get Ackerman early. They'd really feel they were in with a chance then. Forcing victory. Durham and Rain doing his very best at the moment. He just settled into that very, very familiar to Leicester supporters line and length. In he goes and bowls to Ackerman, brings him forward, the South African high left elbow. Ackerman, of course, was here before it all kicked off, so to speak, back in March, and so his lockdown period, he was in England for it.
Did Leicestershire go abroad or not?
No.
Durham had only just arrived in Zimbabwe, and they'd had about a day there, maybe 2 max, when they decided to come back, and they flew home with Derbyshire.
A wise decision.
Derbyshire were out there as well somewhere. They teamed up and flew back in the same plane to the Midlands, I think.
Frustrating. In goes Rain and bowls to Ackerman, bang on off stump, line and length, and Ackerman forward. Orley back down at the offside and run.
At the time it did look like we were going to be heading for lockdown. The night that I saw that Durham were coming back from Zimbabwe, we were out having a few drinks and a meal with some friends to wave them off on a tour of Europe. They were taking the kids out of school and they were going to tour Europe for 6 months. And of course within about 2 or 3 days that was all knocked on the head. So
Rain is in, bowling to Ackerman outside off stump this time. Ackerman steps forward, lifts his bat, lets it go through to Eckersley. No run.
So quite a few people who I know who've got camper vans who normally head off abroad in the summer haven't this year, and they're all sort of up in northern Scotland at the minute doing that Scotland 500 right around the north coast of Scotland. So I'm sure a few of them have probably bumped into each other without realising the link.
79 for 2. 213 more needed by Leicestershire. Rain in to Ackerman, who goes for the drive. Did it carry? I think he edged it. I don't think it carried. Taken by Eckersley, diving to his right, couldn't quite scoop it up, and I'm pretty sure might have got a little edge on that one. Just carried. Well, it didn't carry. Everybody's got their hands. It drew him into the drive. Ackerman first slip, walking along with his hands on his head. Nice shape to the deliveries. The new old ball definitely is doing something that the old ball didn't.
Yeah. Here's Coghlan from the Bennett end to Evans to continue their head-to-head. It's a dot ball as it's played to mid-wicket. Do you think he edged that? I'm not sure. That I think he might have played and missed.
I'm pretty sure he did, but we'll no doubt find out afterwards.
Evans on 27 from 87 balls. Leicestershire 79 for 2. Needed another 213 as Coghlan bowls. That squirts down towards third man. There is one in there now. It's Gareth Hart. So that takes Evans off strike with a single and brings Ackerman on strike. So Evans moves to 28, Ackerman on 4 from 8. And there are 51.4 overs left to chase down the remaining 212.
It's been good stuff post-lunch from the Durham seamers. Rain and Coghlan. Accurate. And a little bit of movement as well.
Coghlan into Ackerman. Oh, a bit of a leading edge back up the wicket, but it comes to rest on the ground.
Bright sunshine again, the Fisher County ground. Glorious when it's out. Was it Paul who reckons there might be a bit of it does look pretty dreadful away to the west, but it might just slip by. Who knows?
Coghlan comes in and bowls, and defended by Ackerman. It rolls back along the wicket to the bowler. I did think at lunchtime I was looking back towards the area where I've been staying, and it looked like it could have been raining up in the countryside over there. Come across some lovely little cricket grounds in the Leicestershire countryside the last few days.
I'd be saying 50% chance of rain and thunder and lightning at 4.
Coghlan, that's left alone by Ackerman outside the off stump at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, 30% at 3. But 50-50.
We're both sitting here indoors with sunglasses on at the minute, though. So
yeah, glorious at the moment. Well, if the game were to be drawn, it's 10 points each, but kind of with both sides having lost 1 or 2 games, it's almost irrelevant.
Coghlan bowls, Ackerman forward, off towards the covers, no run.
You have to win 4 games to have any chance, really, of going through to the Lord's final. 5 days set aside.
Yeah, in October. 80 for 2, so just the 1 run off that over.
These two, at the moment, Rain and Coghlan, very much the guys who are going to do it as far as Durham are concerned, and Rain to continue from the pavilion end bowls to Sam Evans, who starts to go forward, then he goes back and defends a delivery. It wasn't far short of that, so that just off stump, drops it out the offside. No run.
We did a 2-day friend at Leeds last week of July, so the Monday was washed out, so I never actually got to the ground. I turned around at Weatherby, but on the Tuesday Durham bowled all day, and then they moved the game back a day so that Durham could bat all day on the Wednesday just to get a bit of practice in.
Rain leans forward and bowls outside off stump, cut away nicely by Evans, but it will be just the one. Third man gets to the ball quickly down there, and it's just the one to be had. Matt Salisbury's up there on the widest third man boundary. Nice wrist late cut from Evans. He moves on to 29, 81 for 2.
Anyway, at the end of the day where we were there, it was July the 28th, and Ben Rain came up to have a chat with us because he got a few wickets, and as we were walking away, he said, "Did you winter well on July the 28th?
In he goes. Bowls to Ackerman outside off stump, trying to tempt him into another big drive. Not to be tempted. The wind of the breeze just blows off the little pile of sawdust behind Ned Eckersley. He did across the ground.
This season, actually, if you don't get out of your T20 group, this season will be over on the 20th of September.
Let us hope, for everybody's sake, it is very much a one-off. In goes Rain, bowls to Ackerman. Solid forward defensive, albeit that the back foot, the right foot, is still going out at a slight angle away from the stumps. One scoring shot for Ackerman off his very first ball, a 4. It was driven off Rain, the subsequent 13. No runs, and 1 or 2 fortunate escapes. Rain, 5th ball of the over, in he comes, bowls to Ackerman, who does drive this time and does pick up 4. It was just too full, just too straight from Ben Rain. You barely have to, you just can't quite miss against the club's batsman, and it was so very nearly a perfectly respectable delivery, but it just gave Ackerman enough to fasten onto it and get forward and drive it away very straight through the offside for 4. Rain waits for the ball to be thrown to him, to be polished and thrown to him by Gareth Hart, and he's ready to go in now to finish the over. In he goes, bowls, drags the length back a fraction as a result. Exactly the same direction of the ball, but Ackerman just has to stretch forward and defend it out into the offside. End of Rain's over, his 11th, 1 for 24 for him. Players dispersed to all parts, and the gel dispensers everywhere.
Just looking at that cloud there.
I know, I've been eyeing it all since lunchtime, really. There's a whole mass heading our way. Oh well, what will be, will be.
I don't like the look of it.
Affecting a philosophical attitude I don't really feel, because the game's set up beautifully at the moment. 85 for 2. 207 needed of 50 overs. At 4.14 per over with 8 wickets remaining. An equation that with a white ball you would think was a very straightforward affair. Very different though with a red ball. Evans has battled his way through to 29. 90 balls he's faced now. Ackerman wandering down to have a word with him between overs, because Coughlin gave him a hard old time in that last over. Really did. But he's been replaced. I'm a bit surprised about that, given...
Well, they've got to be careful how many overs the ball, haven't they?
Right,
I was thinking this last over from Rain, you'd probably need to have a rest.
He does, yeah. 11 he's bowled in spells of... Did he bowl 7 before lunch?
Matt Salisbury back into the attack then from the Bennett end, running in towards us. Bowling to Evans, that's played off through the covers, chased by Jack Burnham. They'll get 2. Burnham slides away from the target. He's lost his balance then, stood along on his bottom row out. 2 runs.
I need Spree and Hart just to back up Rain and Coughlin.
And Cars, of course.
And Cars, yeah.
Salisbury, right arm over to Evans. Oh, what a ball! I think that's gone between bat and pad. Around about the bottom corner of the bat, went through him and angled down towards the leg side.
Yeah, it's stayed a bit low as well. This would have been an interesting wicket if it had been played on for 4 days. Interesting as in inverted commas interesting. If it had been played on for a full 4 days.
87 for 2, Salisbury to Evans. That's left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, if it rains at 4, it's going to ruin things, isn't it?
Sam Evans, I won't say it because Leicester supporters will immediately start shouting at their radios or computers. I'll say it in a bit, hopefully.
Evans waits as Salisbury comes in and then plays a ball that pitches in towards low and middle and left. Played at Picasso at Milne. It's not commentator's curse, because there's no such thing. It's just commentator's coincidence. We spend all day talking about things that might happen in a cricket match.
Yeah, you're wondering it. You're just not saying it out there. We're the poor so-and-sos who have to voice it.
Evans on strike. Plays that towards backward point to Hart. No run.
It's quite late. This is to play that one. We have such a good view when the bowler's coming down the slope. If the batsman is like Evans and he bats normally on leg or middle and leg, then you see the ball all the way. I could see his bat poised for quite a long time before coming down on that one.
It's not a obvious slope really, is it, when you're looking at it from up here? The ground sort of tapers away to the right hand corner, doesn't it?
It does.
It's not like Hove, for instance, as Salisbury ball, and Evans plays that to Hart at point. If you stand beside Hove, there is quite a slope there.
You want to try running up it though to the
right.
That's when you do. As I was lucky in a charity game, Lords versus Commons it was called. One of the Leicester peers put together a side.
Were you a commoner or a
I
lord?
played for the House of Lords, believe it or not. I didn't. I swallowed my feelings and
Lord Ray of Wigston.
Road. I wanted just to play on the ground, see what it was like. First delivery up the slope, I didn't think I was going to get there for a minute. I think my front foot landed somewhere near the umpire, near the second of the cut of the marked lines. Till I realised I'd better just move my mark a bit further up.
I've not played at Durham's ground, but when they opened the indoor cricket centre, I did have a net session with some of the players a few years ago.
I hope that didn't have a slope.
No,
That'd be disappointing.
The different nets are laid out in a different way, so one net was for seam bowling, another would take spin. It's clever how they designed it all.
There is going to be a change of bowling at this pavilion end as well then. So Ben Rain, having picked up an important wicket after lunch, that of Harry Dearden, he's taking a break. And Gareth Hart is coming on to replace him. Eckersley dons the helmet and various extra items of protection because he's going to be standing up the wicket to Gareth Hart. We'll be bowling to Colin Ackerman on 8. 2 fours to his name as Hart is in. Bowls outside off stump, chopped away, but a really nice piece of fielding inevitably by Ben Rain, diving to his left backward point, stopping the ball two-handed and cleanly. Saves 4. Sun goes behind cloud. That might be the last we see of it for a while. Fingers crossed. It isn't. In goes Hart and bowls. Again wide, and again Ackerman is looking to drive, but rather slaps it down into the ground, rehearses the shot. It was almost too wide, really. Hit the bottom part of the bat and bounced up. Eckersley came out from behind the stumps and picked up. No run. Cochrane polishes the ball very carefully and at some length on the bottom of his Durham sweater, the front of it, before handing it over to Hart, who is in and bowls. That's a slightly straighter ball and a good piece of fielding at second slip, and Ackerman, who thought it had got past, had to quickly get back into his ground. David Beddingham had not only stopped, he flicked it back towards Eckersley, who was at them. Ackerman had to make sure his bat was grounded. 87 for 2. Still 205 needed off just over 48 overs, 48.3 overs. Hart, elbows jutting, runs away from us, bowls full, driven by him, and then he calls goal because mid-off is a little bit late. Back, then cuss a little bit on his heels as well, and the score's comfortably taken. Update coming from BBC Radio Leicester. Yeah, there are some rather nasty clouds around where the weather has been coming from and is continuing to come from, but at the moment it's dry. Leicestershire set a target to win of 292 off 82 overs, are 88 for 2, so they have lost a wicket since lunch. That of young Harry Dearden, the left-hander, went leg before wicket to his former teammate Ben Rain, in swinger, and palpably leg before on the back foot. That made the score 69 for 2. Captain Colin Ackerman, on whom much are going to pull off remarkable when he's at the moment. He is 9 not out. Sam Evans, the opener, the young opener from Leicester, 22-year-old, he's battling away. He's 31 not out. The Foxes needing 292, 88 for 2. And that one is defended by Evans, who's on strike, back down the wicket to Gareth Hart, end of the over. A couple of, just the one single in fact, so perfectly respectable holding over, if you like, from Gareth Hart. 3 overs, none for 3 for him, and Leicestershire 88 for 2.
Did you recognise the song he just started to play there? Is the
Mate, no.
Street Life?
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Good tune.
He'd be good in pub quizzes. Do they do sort of intros in pub quizzes?
Yeah.
Is that the sort of thing that can happen sometimes?
I think the last pub quiz I did was if David Townsend, Dave Callaghan, the Radio Leeds commentator, and Jason Gillespie, and I think we came last in Callie's pub quiz in Wetherby. Salisbury in bowls. It's played off to the covers by Ackerman for a ball. Callie was a little bit perturbed because he thought the librarians had got a few ringers in from the Ramblers group, and anyway.
Are they notoriously good at pub quizzes, Ramblers?
They walk between pubs, yeah.
Right.
Accrue lots of local knowledge on the way.
Oh, it's a Rambler.
Oh my God, they've got some ringers in, Emmers. Salisbury bowls. Oh, tries a Yorker length ball, and Ackerman just gets his back foot out the road of that one, slams the bat down and ball right in front of our stump. And it was just before he left the Yorkshire job. Would have been back end of 2016, and he was staying upstairs in the pub next door to where Dave Callaghan lived in Wetherby.
Oh, right.
So Callie could come out of his back gate and in through the front door of the pub, literally just 10 yards apart, 20 yards apart, not even. Salisbury bowls, that's pulled by Ackerman, and it's gone hard behind square leg to the boundary for 4. Absolutely flew off the bat, that one. Just flicked it off the hips there. And he moves on.
He's a Leeds United man, Bielsa, doesn't he live somewhere near there as well, near Wetherby or Thorpe Arch?
Well, yeah, because training grounds at Thorpe Arch, isn't there? There's a lot of them live in those villages.
So I don't know whether Thorpe Arch, I can't remember which village it's near.
Well, it's near Bramham. It's between Wetherby and Bramham. Salisbury again that's a straight drive, and Salisbury stops it one-handed. I pulled off the motorway the other day when I was going down to Leeds. I got a phone call from Jonathan Boyd to say, stop where you want to play today. So I pulled Bramham Junction, looped back down the hill and crossed over the road and parked where all those rugby pitches and the cricket ground is on the bend at Wetherby. It's a lovely setup that I've never actually, you see it from the motorway, but I've never stopped to have a proper look at it before. Really nice setup. 29 for 2, Ackerman's on 13, and he drives towards the covers, and that's a great stop by Bryden Carse, across to his left.
Some good fielding going on there at the moment from Durham, saving themselves back runs.
Hard to get there. They're going to need exactly 200 runs from here, and they've got to do it in 47.1 overs. I think Martin Moxon lives in the Wetherby area as well, doesn't he? There's quite a few of them around that area.
Yeah, he used to drive up to Durham every day.
Yeah. Salisbury bowls, and that's played off towards the covers, no run, and that is the end of the over. So still 200 needed. Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise when he announced early in 2007, I think it was, that he was leaving Durham. He was complaining of, I think, fatigue caused by all the motorway miles. It's an 80-mile drive, isn't it, each day? And he went back to Yorkshire, and actually, in a roundabout sort of way, just going into that season, Durham had stayed up by half a point in their first year back in the top flight the season before, and then 2007 Jeff Cook took over, and they won the one-day cup and then finished runners-up in the league, and then won the league the next 2 seasons after that. So
Gareth Hart to continue from the pavilion end is in, bowling very straight to Sam Evans, who looks to play it straight back down the wicket. In fact, it runs out towards Coughlin at mid-on. A chorus of approval from the Durham fielders.
I mean, obviously these things don't happen overnight, so Martin Moxon had played his part in putting the foundations in place, and then Jeff Cook took it on.
Hart, very straight, shortish run is in, outside stump. Nice take by Eckersley, allowed to go through by Evans. How is Jeff? Cook?
Jeff?
Yeah.
He's okay, he's retired now.
Well, yeah, he had a...
Well, he came back to work after his
heart
was it?
Basically, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Really?
well, it was cardiac arrest, I suppose, is the best way of describing it.
Hart is in, bowls outside off stump, steered away nicely by Evans. Will pick up probably two, still slides to pick up, but obviously his weight is still going backwards as he throws. Very difficult to get in a fast throw. The weight is still going backwards, and Evans makes it into two. He moves on to 33.
He came back in the 2013 season and sort of helped in a coaching capacity following his cardiac arrest, which was about the June time, and then decided to take a back seat at the end of that season.
Hart is in, again outside of stump. Ooh, and that bounces and hits Eckersley, who was leaping in the air as he was trying to take that, and I think he got it on the upper arm in the end. What's Martin spotted?
Rain.
A little bit of rain on the window.
Raindrops suddenly hitting the window. Yeah, he had a director of cricket role for a while and then retired about 2 or 3 years ago. He still watches a lot of local league cricket.
I hope he's enjoying his well-earned retirement. In goes Hart and bowls very wide outside off stump, and Eckersley, two hands to it, can't take the ball cleanly, but he's taking a bit of a battering, is Eckersley, hands and arms and body as well at the moment.
That late then seemed to be a bit more pace in that delivery from Hart.
It seems one of those when you start it wide, it sometimes swings a bit more than off the straight.
Yeah.
But certainly the change of ball was an effective one as far as Durham are concerned. In goes Hart and bowls again, one of those swingers outside off stump that this time Eckersley takes nice and cleanly. Evans allows to go through. End of the over, 94 for 2, so less than 200 needed by Leicestershire now. 198 with 8 wickets remaining.
Umpires are just looking at that inbound cloud, and I'm wondering if they're signalling for the lights to come on.
Just looking at the ground staff, who are usually quite good indicators of approaching rain.
There is a big
Andy's by his
black
tractor.
cloud right above us. It just drifted in from the southwest very slowly. And when this happened yesterday, of course, it never moved for about 2 hours. Just dumped everything. We're up on a bit of a hill here, so I think the fact that we're slightly higher up tends to attract the rain, and some of the Durham backroom staff are now taking kit bags inside because I think they fear we could be in for a bit of a deluge.
Well, they'll be the first to feel the rain if it's coming from that direction.
Right, Matt Salisbury bowling to Ackerman, who's on 13 from the Bennett end, right arm over, and that is a leave. It goes through to the keeper. It's been a funny year, this, because obviously we spent weeks and weeks in lockdown, so a lot of people you would have expected to have bumped into around the cricket circuit you haven't seen. And the last time I saw Jeff Cook was at Matty Rosie's funeral in February. I think it was just before February half term. And Angus Fraser and a number of the Middlesex former players came up as well, because Michael Rosebery played for them. Let's play it off towards the covers. And Matty, sadly, in the last few years, he'd been a Durham director. He'd helped them get first-class status, him and Don Robson and 1 or 2 others, Tommy Moffat, Bob Jackson, people who were involved back when. And there was also a former England rugby player whose sons played county cricket as well. There's that up to mid-on, no run there. Mike, I've got his name, Mike. That'll be in a few minutes. They were going up and down to London because Rosebery was at the MCC nets a lot in Lords, and then Matty They basically copied the indoor cricket school from Lord's and built it in Hotley Spring near Sunderland. Salisbury comes in and bowls. That nips back in, and it's played late by Ackerman just behind the backward point towards the gully area. He gets a quick single as Burnham comes in there. And I don't know if you remember, Richard, they used to have those Callas Pegasus Cricket Festival matches at Newcastle Cricket Club, and there was like rest of the world would come and play an England team, and they were always packed. And the Callas brothers, who owned the travel company, they were on the board of Durham originally as well. Salisbury comes in and bowls, and that is defended on a length.
Just starting to do one or two little warm-up exercise. Well, can't imagine there'll be an immediate change, but
Mike Weston, there you are. I knew somebody would come up with the answer. My brain went dead. So he had two sons who played county cricket as well. Last ball of the over from Salisbury, and this is played to Rain at mid-on by Evans, who's faced 107 balls for his 33. And did endure a bit of a torrid time just after lunch in a duel with Paul Coghlan, but got through it. And I think Richard was suggesting a few minutes ago that he's on for a 50 now.
now that wasn't the implication. It's although his highest first class score is the 100 he got for Loughborough against Northampton, his highest score for Leicestershire isn't of quite that quality. Gareth Hart in from the pavilion end, bowls to Colin Ackerman, who whips it away off his toes with rather, well, almost sumptuous ease really. Just waited for it, and real flourish from Ackerman, lifted it over towards square leg, and chance, although there is a man out there, a deep long leg, of getting it and cutting it off. So Ackerman on to 18 and Leicestershire on to 99 for 2 now.
Lights are coming on.
Hart is in, bowls outside off stump and looking to drive it away again. Doesn't time it. It's those wide ones tend to come off the, because he reaches a little bit for the wide ones sometimes, they're slightly cross-batted, and slapped it down into the ground. Ackerman 18 of 32 balls for Leicestershire's captain. If we're going to get anywhere near this, it's going to be down partly to him, outside off stump, and slapped away through the gap in the covers. There is cover out there on the extra cover boundary in the form of Cameron Steele. 1 or 2 more raindrops sitting in the window, but I just wonder whether we might just get away with it, you know.
Is this Evans' first game this season?
This season, yes, certainly. Yeah.
So his highest score is 29 against Northampton 2017.
Correct. I didn't want to say it. In goes Hart and bowls, and a nice straight delivery that is played back down the wicket to him by Sam Evans, because at the time he hadn't quite passed it, but he has now, but I didn't dare say it.
Was he stuck on 29 for quite a while, or was it 19 for quite a while?
I think he was 19. For a while. He's sort of picking up his singles again now and keeping his scoring rate around about 30. The confidence will come for the young man, but he is on his first class best for Leicestershire now, as in goes Hart and bowls to him, and he turned that one away through the leg side, off the stumps rather, hence Hart's shout of frustration. He's going to pick up a little bit as the ropes came Matt Salisbury. He got his throw away, but it was just slightly wide. Eckersley had to move to his left, so in the end no point in Eckersley taking off the bails. Evans picks up a couple. 2-4-2.
It is no more than spitting.
It is. One of the darker ones has just drifted away. In goes Hart and bowls to Evans, who stands up, plays it firmly into the leg side, but more or less straight to Burnham at mid-wicket. There is no run. There's definitely rain over there, but it's drifted away on the other side of the ground. So
to our left.
I think we're kind of surrounded, but we may just be lucky, folks. Gel time with, well, target is 292, 42, remember. This partnership 33 off 73 balls. 190 needed off 44 overs at 4.32. Well, with the absolutely key partnership, this Ackerman really does hold the key as far as Leicestershire are concerned. George Rhodes, due to come in next, hasn't really been in any sort of form so far this season. And then you've got the all-rounders: Tom Taylor, Harry Swindells, Gareth Griffiths, Will Davis,
still
Callum Parkinson.
Still no play up at Leeds.
Maybe the outfield's a bit saturated.
They're talking about starting at 3. Change of bowler, and it's Bryden Cast to replace Matt Salisbury from the Bennett end. And the first delivery is bowled to Ackerman and played off the point. No run there. There they are on now.
Mike Jelf's a little way to the south had a heavy rain, but it did stop. He said it stopped very quickly. So it might just, I think that's what's just drifting away up the M1.
Yeah, it's Warwickshire where they haven't got any play till 3. Cast bowls. Ackerman goes forward to that one and back into his crease and chops the ball down into the ground in a defensive manner around about off stump, dot ball. So no play at Edgbaston due to restart at 3. Derbyshire at Yorkshire are 205 for 6. They're 195 behind in their first innings there. Essex 28 without loss against Sussex in Hove. They need another 168 to win. Cast, right arm over, bowls. Ackerman leaves that one, shoots through to the keeper. Where else are we? Worcestershire. Northampton are 85 for 5 at Northampton in the second innings against Worcestershire. The target's 263, so they still need another 178 with 5 wickets remaining. Lancashire following on against Notts are 44 without loss and still trail by 255. Having been bowled out for just 173. Nottinghamshire made 472. Cast bowls, defended by Ackerman, straight back to the bowler via the ground.
He reminds me a bit of, is it Boyd Rankin?
Yeah.
The big Irish
Yeah.
quick bowler, Bryden Cast, just in his...
He was at Warwickshire, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
Middlesex are 107 without loss in their second innings at Canterbury, having bowled Kent out for 191, so they now lead by 185. Cast to Ackerman, who drives at that one, and it goes along the floor to point. Not where he was intending to play it. Stopped by Burnham. No run. Surrey playing Hampshire at Angle. They had quite a soggy start at that one. Surrey all out and there 172. Hampshire then made 200, and Surrey after 5 overs are 7 for 1. So still 119 behind. And in Cardiff, Glamorgan in their second innings against Gloucestershire are 123 for 7, and they lead by 58. In Carbon's Cast, that's played into the floor and off towards the slip cordon by Colin Ackerman, and that's a maiden over from Cast. 102 for 2, still 190 needed here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Newcastle.
Some serious engines being tested on the Milligan Road,
Yeah.
or exhausts, or whatever part thereof they are testing. 102 for 2. Target 292. Gee, this might have to turn down the effects mic before too long. Or even turn it off altogether. Goodness me, that can't be legal, you wouldn't have thought. It will be a few glances from the cricketers away to our looking across to our left. The noise of that engine being tested. Gareth Hart, 5 overs, none for 12 to continue from the pavilion end. Still got the 2 slips in, comes in and bowls to Evans, who drives, and he's got it through Ben Rain, or Rain got plenty on it. That's not fair. It hit him on the arm, and it ran about 10 yards behind him, so he got down well, really, Ben Rain at backward point, and half stopped the ball. The fielding completed by Point running back, or cover running back in the form of Cameron Steele, and a single taken by Sam Evans. He moves on to 36, just whisper it, beginning to play with a little bit more freedom. 36 off 110 balls. His strike rate is creeping up, 2.7 now. Brings Ackerman down on strike to face Hart. Rain goes across the mid-wicket. In goes Hart and bowls straight and pushed by Ackerman out to a deepish mid-on Coughlin. And seeing that, Ackerman immediately called Evans through for a single, and it wasn't even particularly quick in the end because Coughlin, say, a good 10 to 12 yards back from the stumps, really, maybe even 15. Likewise, Carse at mid-off. Hart in to Evans. Bowls, a little bit of swing to it, takes a thick inside edge and oohs and ahs as it squirts from Evans out towards deep backward square. In from long leg runs Matt Salisbury. Evans picks up one, moves on to 37, 105 for the stream screen. Has stopped sort of updating the score. The stream is still there with the score on it, so to speak, but it's on a page which isn't updating, or a page, if I'm on the right page, I don't know. In goes Hart and bowls, and that one's going down leg side. He was trying to turn it. It was attempted a little in-swinger from Hart and almost got through. Tried to flick it away. Ackerman didn't get anything on it, thumped into the pad. He tried to whip it away through the mid-wicket area. Eckersley telling Salisbury to just come in a few yards. He has come in around 10 yards.
I've just refreshed it and it's there now.
Good. In goes Hart and bowls again. A slower ball, I think. That was a clever little delivery, and Ackerman adjusted well though, waited for it and defended it. It looked like it was going to be through his legs, and it swung a bit back onto middle. But Ackerman pushed a run.
It's one ball behind on mine, having refreshed it, so if you give it a refresh, it'll
Will do.
rejig itself.
Will do. Hart turns in, bowls, back foot. Ackerman slightly short of the length, but again that nice little shape to the delivery means he can't really get it away.
Ooh.
Turns it to mid-wicket. Umpires are going to have a word because we do have
rain?
A little bit of rain now. Might just be temporary. Fingers crossed, folks. Fingers crossed.
They're going off. The batsmen are away.
So yeah, it is quite heavy. Looking into the trees now. So at 105 for 2. Yep. Sun may be about to come out. I don't think we're going to be off long here, folks. Off 105 for 2 off 40. There are at the moment 42 overs remaining, from which Leicestershire need another 187 runs at 4.45, with 8 wickets intact. So it is really nicely poised, but it is raining quite hard at the moment. But if Mike was right, this is only going to last for 2 minutes. Let us hope. Gives Martin a chance to pop next door and update BBC Radio Newcastle. We will keep you informed, but a chance for us to grab a quick cup of tea as well, and you too, and hopefully we'll be back out there soon, or right speedily. Oh, welcome back to the Fisher County ground, because I'm delighted to say that the shower was brief in the extreme. The covers have been taken off, or in the process of being taken off. The two umpires are out there putting the stumps back on or into the ground, and the players are heading back out into the middle, or at least the Leicestershire batsmen are. Colin Ackerman striding out in front of Sam Evans. The Durham players waiting on the boundary's edge for the summons from... Well, actually, I think they're waiting for everybody to emerge from the Turner Indoor Centre, and here they come, led by skipper Ned Eckersley. So, I don't think we'll have lost any play at all. And looking away where the weather's been coming from today, well, there's one awful cloud, but it is heading overhead, and beyond it, we have some lovely blue stuff. So, fingers most firmly crossed, you know, we might be okay. We've had enough bad luck in terms of the weather on the first 3 days, so perhaps the weather gods are going to smile on us today. So I will be updating BBC Radio Leicester into the end of the 3 o'clock news very shortly. Hopefully they'll come to me before we restart. We've had just the shortest of rain breaks, no more than 10 minutes, so we've been very lucky. I can see showers on either side of the ground, but Leicestershire are back out there now. They're resuming on 105 for 2. The captain, Colin Ackerman, on whom the success of this run chase does depend. He's on 20 of 43 balls, and the young opener, Sam Evans, has battled away to his best score for Leicestershire, his first appearance of the season. He's 37 not out. Basically, they have 42 overs now in which to score 187 runs. They need to score about 4.5 and over. They have 8 wickets in hand, but they're 105 for 2. He missed just one ball, if you're listening online, which was defended by Evans, and no run resulted. Carse, Bryden, that was the first ball of his 6th over. Down the slope he comes and bowls again to Evans. It's short and he's going for the pull, but doesn't get up quite as much as he thought it was going to. Hits it straight along the ground, that is, all the way to mid-on, where it's picked up by Matt Salisbury. And there's no run. Seeing that, Eckersley decides he's going to try and take on the short ball. We'll have somebody out deepish on the leg side if he doesn't get hold of it. And he sends Coughlin out from 3rd slip to 3/4 of the way back at backward square. In comes Carse and bowls to Evans, who does hook this time and hooks successfully. The short ball gets it through mid-wicket. Coughlin doesn't get to the ball first. It's mid-on who wins the chase back towards deep mid-wicket. Long chase back for both of them. Cameron Steele was the quicker of the two, or perhaps had slightly the shorter distance to cover. But Evans, prepared to take that one on, picks up 2. He moves on to 39, 107 for 2. And again, his strike rate just creeping up all the time. It's up to 34.2 now. He's got himself in, the young man. Taps his bat and waits as Carse is in. Again bowls down the leg side this time, and a nice athletic take by the diving Eckersley, two-handed to his left. Saves 4 byes. 107 for 2. 4-5. The required rate, just under, fractionally under. That won't worry Leicestershire while they have as many as 8 wickets in hand. Carse, giving it everything, comes in and bowls outside off stump, and a good lifting delivery, but too wide, and Evans just getting on the front foot, but then lifting his bat, letting it go through. 1 for 20 for Bryden Carse. Big South African. We were talking yesterday about the origins of the name Bryden, but it appears it's essentially simply a variation on Brian, which is a little bit prosaic, sadly. In goes Bryden Carse and bowls to Evans, squares him up with a lifting delivery that takes a thick outside edge, runs away through gully down towards 3rd man, picked up by Alex Lees. As picks up 1, moves on to 40 for the first time in his Leicestershire career. Every run he scores at the moment lifts his best for the Foxes, and the Foxes are on to 108 for 2. Martin has disappeared somewhere, so I shall continue. Jogging down below me is Matt Salisbury with his cap and his jumper down too long off, because he can't, of course, hand it to the umpire. Has to be left on the other side of the boundary, from which you can gather that Salisbury is replacing Gareth Hart at the pavilion end here at the Fisher County ground. Sol is apparently his nickname, or one of them. In he goes. Bowls to Evans, who gets delivered just outside off stump, gets up on his toes, thinking in terms of forcing away down the offside, tries to thick inside part of the bat and runs out to mid-on. There's no run. Paul Coughlin's at polishing the ball carefully on the bottom of his Durham sweater, tosses it to Matt Salisbury. None for 21 off 8.1 overs now for Salisbury. And bowls to Evans outside off stump, steered away but only as far as point by Evans, who just missed out perhaps on that one. Bounced 3 or 4 times before being taken by point. And no run by Evans. Ackerman leans on his bat at the non-striker's end. 20 or 43 for him. Salisbury in Bowles. Looking to drive is Evans, but again gets it quite high up in the bat, sounds a little bit tinny, and doesn't exactly whistle towards extra cover. Fielder can get across to his left and make the stop. Gareth Hart it is out there now. Salisbury turns, 32 on his back, runs away from us. Bowles to Evans, good delivery, line and length on off stump. No great movement though for Salisbury. Forward went Evans, defended that one out into the offside. Eckersley, seeing that Evans was prepared to take on the short ball from Bryden Cars, has sent a man back deepish at mid-wicket, seeing how far back he goes, about 15 yards inside the ropes at mid-wicket. Mid-on goes a little bit wider as a result. In goes Salisbury and Bowles, and made a little bit of room for himself there, Evans. He might be just getting a little bit angsty. Tried to play that one out into the offside, and Hart, comfortable stop because he hit it more down into the ground than anything else. But he's sort of conscious that he doesn't want to put too much pressure on Ackerman. And to keep the scoreboard moving, he's faced a lot of bowling in the last 2 or 3 overs without really managing to get too much away. And the 5 balls so far in this over bowled by Matt Salisbury. Can he make it a maiden? In he goes and bowls to Evans, and a maiden it will be. Evans sort of advanced down the wicket and walked into a firm push on the onside, but the ball went straight to Coughlin at mid-on. Maiden over completed. Matt Salisbury, none for 21 remain.
Some big clouds bubbling up just to the south of us, but they're rather fluffy looking things rather than nasty looking things.
Yeah, it all looks a bit more benign out there now, doesn't it, where the weather's... But we're going to be okay for a while, at any rate.
30, we're not far away from tea. Cast from the Bennett end, bowling to Ackerman, who plays the ball up to Rain at mid-on. And there is no run.
They're almost giving Ackerman a single on the leg side. Eckersley and Durham. I think they feel that the pressure's building. Only Rain in a sort of single saving position on the leg side at mid-on. The other two back on the boundary, long leg and mid-wicket.
Cast up to the crease, bowls, and that's flicked off down towards third man by Ackerman to Alex Lees in front of the pavilion, 1 run. Not like there's a bit of nastiness just missing us to the south-east.
Yep.
Is that Ord Beale?
I was told by one of our correspondents on Twitter, Ed Melia, of course, that it was tipping down in Knighton, which is only a mile away to the east.
Right. Cast bowls. Oh, and that one's moved on Evans, who went across to the leg side and then chased one that left him and nearly flicked it to the keeper.
And in South Wicks, well, not a long stint. Hopefully blows harmlessly by, says Sam. Sam Cobley, that is. Bronte, a few people on the Wisden and County Championship Twitter pages clutching their pearls about this morning's declaration bowling, he says.
Cast again, bowls. Oh, and it's a similar delivery to the last one, and this time he gets the toe of the bat on it, but both balls, he's stepped across towards the left side, and then he's been chasing one that's gone past off stump, and this time he got the very bottom of the bat on the ball.
Call it a disgrace to cricket, insult to the game, etc., which is such a nonsense. I've seen it all my life, really. Captains trying to set up games, and I think it's just part of the game, and it has to be endured for however long it takes.
Cast, bowls, and it's a Yorker length ball dug out by the batsman. Cast can't get hold of it, and then there's an attempt at the stumps from mid-on from Matt Salisbury, but he misses the target. It goes through and is backed up by Jack Burnham on the other side of the square.
And about Shane Warne and Hampshire, when he was captaining Hampshire, doing it and set up a game at Lords, and of course all the members talk about clutching your pearls, you know, this, that and the other, and It's just a nonsense. It had to happen. They set the game up, and it was a brilliant rest of the day. This is pretty.
Did some of them come out of the library and angrily wave their Financial Times towards the pitch? In comes Kars. That's played by Ackerman out towards the cover area. No run there.
Well, there was a single. They took a quick one.
What did I say? No.
Yeah.
Just robotic. Yes, it was a single to the side. A single to the offside. No run there, didn't there? So. That cloud is getting bigger and bigger in front of us. It's like expanding foam.
Yes, hopefully it's a cloud rather than a nuclear explosion.
Yeah, it does look like a bit of a mushroom cloud, doesn't it?
Keeps a strike there, Ackerman, which just takes a little bit of the pressure off young Evans, who's, as I say, just beginning to look a bit, oh, I need to be getting on with this. He's actually doing a pretty good job for his side. But he got his run rate sort of over 30, strike rate over 30, but it stayed there. It's 32.5 at the moment, and you can tell he's a bit, I need to be scoring more quickly. He's on 41 off 126 balls. Eckersley and Salisbury and Coughlin deep in conversation now at the top of Salisbury's mark, so there won't be a ball for a while. Umpire Malander turning in enquiry towards them. That's, now was it Daz or Gaz? We were told the name of the driver of the ice cream van. Fletch. It was his the frequency with which he drove around the streets of Aylestone was beginning to grate on Fletch's nerves in the game against Derbyshire.
Does Fletch still have the belief his kids were with him and it was going to cost him a tenner or something?
I don't know. I don't think it was the repetition of the tune which seemed to get his goat. 111 for 2. Coughlin walks straight through the sawdust, a great puff of dust, as Salisbury is in and bowls. A lovely delivery on off stump, a nice shape to the delivery, a little bit of outswing, just enough, and Ackerman half forward, just strokes it back down the pitch towards the onside, picked up by Gareth Hart. No run, and the Durham coaches looking to walk a wicket, I'd suggest here. Strolling around the boundary. A very fine leg at the moment as Salisbury is in to Ackerman, who clips it down to fine leg for 4. Just straying down onto leg stump and just wide of leg stump there. Salisbury and Ackerman did not miss out.
Fielded by Will Gibman, one of the Durham coaches.
Bowler and a very useful batsman as well. Was brother of roughly the same. Were they twins?
They weren't twins. His brother was slightly older, wasn't he? He was captain of Gloucestershire for a while.
Yeah.
I think he had to retire last year because of a thumb injury.
Salisbury, is in again. Full toss, or almost a full toss, but waited for it. Ackerman, and just bottom of the bat as he played it firmly down into the pitch. It bounces down towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Will Durham and played white ball cricket. I can't recall him playing in a county championship match. When he moved off and joined his brother at Gloucestershire and then went to Kent.
Salisbury is in, bowls to Ackerman, who drives firmly, waits, because diving across from cover, is it Lees out there?
Yeah.
Who quite, man, oh, it's Steele. 14.
Lees threw it.
Okay, Steele dived across it, couldn't quite get there mid-off, made the stop and hurled Ackerman to make sure that Steele wasn't going to pick the ball up. He didn't, so he picks up a single. Ackerman moves on to 27, brings Evans down on strike. Lees, as a consequence, leaves mid-off and heads to, looks like it's going to be gully. Hart comes across to mid-off to replace him. Field closes in a little bit as Salisbury is in to Evans, who gets it past Cameron Steele. Could be 2, and there was a hesitation there because Ben Rain was closing on the ball, but it was a good call by Ackerman, who made the call. He was running to the danger end and made his ground comfortably. So 2 since he went to 43. 2.
Some little spots of rain on the window again now. I'm just wondering where they're coming from. I think it's to the southeast of us.
Just saw that on the wind, but temporary, I think. Looks horrendous, but it's over there to the east that might just be slipping by again. Fingers crossed. In goes Salisbury and bowls, and he's driven by Evans. He's going to pick up another couple because Rain has a little bit further to run this time, and all a little less frantic on that delivery as far as Evans and Ackerman were concerned. So he's over as far as the Foxes are concerned, and runs from that Salisbury moved on to 120 for 2.
They've got their 50 partnership as well.
They have.
109 balls.
When Harry Dearden went leg before wicket to Ben Rain for 23. 50 partnership off 109 balls. Ackerman got 27 of them, so Evans has made his fair share. 45 to him. He's just got going again a little bit. He was getting a little bit angsty, but that over will have helped him.
Carse bowling here to Ackerman from the Bennett end to bouncer. It's left alone.
David Harrison. They've clearly forgotten Shane Warne at Hampshire bowling balls 30 foot into the air a few years ago. They need to get off their high hashtag get the game on. Agreed, David and Martin.
Carse once more up towards these stumps and bowls. Ackerman forward to that one, plays it back to the bowler. Stops it at the second attempt, midway down the wicket.
Early days. I suppose it's only his third game in charge of red ball cricket, is it, Eckersley? Or did he captain a few games last season?
No, last year, because Cameron Bancroft got called up into the Ashes squad late summer, so Eckersley was the captain at the back end of last season as well. Carse once more. Oh, an inside edge there, I think, from Ackerman. Good one-handed stop from the keeper.
Did it get carried?
No, I think it was a good stop rather than
a
a
brilliant stop,
yeah.
But it's whether Carse's arms went up into the air.
He wouldn't have seen the keeper from there. It's bouncing on the floor as he gets a hand to it.
Would have been a spectacular effort, and we don't think it quite carried. But good effort from Carse and from Eckersley to say.
Carse bowls. Ackerman forward to that one, plays it out into the covers.
What are your sort of impressions from the time last season and now these first 3 as a captain? He's clearly prepared to take a risk.
Yeah, I was when he first appeared, he was in the team lineup and about to head off on a pre-season tour somewhere, South Africa, I think. And everybody was like, "Who's this kid?" Because the club hadn't announced he was on trial, and they took him on trial on that trip, and then it was announced he got a 1-year deal. And I always thought he was a useful player. Carse bowls, and that's played up to Rain. Could have been, there's a bit of too much top spin on it there for Rain, and Ackerman went for a quick single as Rain picked the ball up at mid-on, but it was just spinning around his hand. He couldn't get it under control to throw it back at the stumps at the bowler's end. Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of experience.
Oh yeah, he's a high-class bat on his day, Eckersley. But as a captain, I was thinking in terms of how he's leading the side.
Carse bowls to Evans. It's played back to him by the batsman. That was the end of the over. I was surprised when he was initially only given a 1-year deal, and I thought he could be captaincy material. I know Chris Rushworth wanted to be captain, but they announced quite a few months earlier that it was going to be Cameron Bancroft, and then when Bancroft was called up to the Ashes, we were into white ball cricket quite a bit by then, weren't we? The T20, and Rushworth wasn't going to play many of the T20s, even though he wanted to. Durham were trying to. The official line from Durham was they were trying to keep him fresh for the championship matches in a bid to get promoted again. So.
And they didn't want to split the captaincy.
No.
Some counties have done it, haven't they?
Yeah.
Leicestershire did it last season.
It'll be interesting to see what they do this year, because in the T20. Before he left to go to Notts, Paul Coughlin was the Durham skipper a few years ago.
They haven't sort of said, Durham, that Eckersley's the captain for all forms.
They said red ball initially, I think. I can't remember a white ball skipper being in that. I mean, Ben Rain could be a
candidate.
Yeah.
Salisbury to continue comes in and bowls to Colin. Ackerman squares him up a fraction with the delivery on off stump, but a little bit of outswing and extra life that was in the changed ball, it just seems to be fading a fraction now. It should be about 45.1 overs old, depends obviously what we'll say it is. 34.5 remaining. Required rate 4.6 has just begun destruction after a few runs in the last couple of overs. In goes Salisbury and bowls, and just dropped out into the offside by Ackerman. He calls for the quick single and he's hit on the, I think, back or rear end. Let's see what he rubs. He's going down, and he was as good a batsman should. He was running between the fielder and ball. Still, he was still the ball at the stumps. Just waiting to see what Ackerman thing, but I'm pretty sure he got that possibly on the coccyx. Yep. There's usually a bit of cover there. There are if you're of a certain age and size, like myself. Yeah, he's back. He just that will have. But a single taken anyway. Ackerman 2. Salisbury in bowls down the leg side, clipped on its way by Sam Evans for 4. That was a poor delivery.
Yeah,
from
leg side full toss.
Second of in consecutive overs from Salisbury. They just speared down the leg side. Ackerman put the first away. Evans has put the second away, and Evans has moved on to 49 now off 100. 1 2 for 2, and all of a sudden greater rate. Short mid wicket in.
Wonder if Durham should just try something different. A couple of overs towards tea,
which is possibly 4.5 overs away. In goes Salisbury and bowls straighter this time, and Evans is carefully walking forward into that one. I'm saying it is theoretically 30 overs, but I don't know whether the last day is the same. Whether the tea is set
22. I think so. Yeah.
In a championship fixture, which suggests it is 13 minutes away. Might not be far off. Maybe 31 overs. We'll see. Salisbury in bowls to Evans, who's forward. Thought about the single, but no, said Ackerman. It was going towards Cochrane at backward point, and it would have been, well, had been thrown and hit, Ackerman would have been out by yards, running to the striker's end.
Things like that about the timings of the day, because they're meant to be 3 sessions of 2 hours, 15 overs an hour, so 30 over sessions.
Mid wicket going back now to deep mid wicket as in goes Salisbury. Bowls, that one stays a fraction low, and Evans plays it well enough, keeps it out very straight, drops it out towards mid wicket, picked up by Steele, who claps his hands. It's the end of the Salisbury over. His 11th, none for 35. His figures, Bryden Cast 1 for 25 at the other end. Will continue. 126 for 2. Leicestershire, they need 292 to win, of course. So 166.
Cast to Ackerman from the Bennett end. That goes off towards. They need 166 to win.
Yeah, 166.
34 overs.
There you go.
Dot ball there, just played out on the offside.
Once again, okay at the moment. There's some nasty stuff away to the southwest. It's well, should we stop telling people about the weather just because it's probably annoying people?
It adds to the drama.
It does.
Cast balls. Ackerman tries to drive hard at that one, and he's chopped it down into the ground and finds Cameron Steele at short extra cover. It's no run.
A couple of spectators have arrived to watch through the bars. One's moving on now. Oh, two still there.
I think one of the lads has he's just popped over from the office across the road. The appliance place or something, maybe.
Well, look, if they can see the square, which I think they can.
Cart in, and Ackerman plays that out through mid-wicket for at least 1. Coghlan is there, it will be just the 1. So Stewart telling them to back off.
I think it's a pavement, isn't it? They can go.
They might all know each other anyway, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I would imagine so. Evans needs 1 for his first 50 for Leicestershire, and Eckersley will know that. I think he put him under a bit of pressure here.
Brought the short leg in. Cameron Steele has put the helmet on. 2 slips. Cast balls, and it is a short one, and there's his 50. He fends it off one-handed with the splice of the bat, I think. So it's come in 134 balls, and his first 50. And how many deliveries has he faced for that? I said 134 balls and 4 fours.
1, 3, 4, 4. Admirable effort by the young man. Update coming. Goodness. Okay. Clip the pad of Ackerman down the leg side from Cast there. Taken by Eckersley. No run. Update time. Tell you what, Martin, it's getting rather exciting here because Leicestershire are making very solid progress indeed. They're on 128-4-2, and young Sam Evans, 22-year-old Leicester boy making his first start of the season, has got his first 50 for the Foxes. It's come off 134 balls and he hit 4 fours in doing it. The captain, Colin Ackerman, probably holds the key. He's with him at the moment. He scores his runs fairly quickly. He's got 30 off 62 balls. So they have only 33 overs remaining, the Foxes, but they need just sort of 4.5 runs and over, 4.6 runs and over. If the weather stays kind, they've got a chance of pulling this off. Tees approaching with the Foxes 128 for 2. No, it's not my choice, alas. Yes, it's the umpires. I'll have words. Players, you're not missing any cricket. I was just having a little chat to the presenter who likes his sport and thinks tea ought to be put off, but don't think he quite understands that it's not within our powers so to do. The players have dispersed, I should say, dispersed to the edges of the boundary to put some gel on their hands. 33 overs remain. Rate required 4.7.
He looks rather dirty now, Ben Rain. He's got big muddy smears on his whites and grass stains, and that's going to take some getting out.
That's a familiar sight as well. Yeah. It wouldn't be Ben Rain if he didn't hit the turf several times during the day at some stage.
Salisbury in from the pavilion end, and that's defended. Played up to Rain at ball. Sevens 50 from 134 balls. It does have 114, wasn't it, for Loughborough Uni against Northants?
I believe it was, yeah. Very different sort of circumstances.
Yeah. It was in 2017, and then he made his played. In comes Salisbury, and that's driven out through the covers. It's missed by Hart. He couldn't get across to it in time. Lees comes round from mid-on and covers it right towards the gate and the left-hand corner of the ground. Oh, here's a postman arriving. I've got to open that, the postman deliver. 102, so the required run, they're currently going along at 2.8. So still work for Leicestershire to do, but we said they would try and bat solidly through the afternoon session and take stock at tea, which is exactly what they've done. They have only lost the 1 wicket this afternoon. That was Dearden LBW to Rain for 23. And Salisbury with a half volley on off stump is played out through the covers, and that's gone for 4 runs. The Durham coaching team are now round on the left hand side of the ground in front of the old scoreboard and retrieves the ball.
Probably need tea now, Durham, don't they? Just to regroup a bit and have a think about it, and what are we going to do here?
They need to come up with a plan. Is it worth just chucking a bit of spin in there for a couple of overs, just try and mix it up?
Worth a try, isn't it? You would have thought.
Salisbury into the stumps and balls. Slightly better delivered ball, that one. It angled in towards leg stump. Full length delivery. Played short on the leg side. Evans, no run.
Rates 4.6 now, 158 off 34.2.
2 balls left of this over. It's the 48th. Salisbury bounds in and bowls. It's a short one and it's pulled, and I've got no idea where that's gone, to be honest with you. It's gone for 4 down towards fine leg, I think.
Yeah, top edge. Flew away. It was in the air for quite a long time, but far too far from long leg to get on there. But
I lost the ball in the dark green seats at the far end, and although it was originally quite a light coloured roof, it's now
got a bit grubby, hasn't it?
Got a bit grubby and dark in patches. So, and there's a green tree there as well. So
needs somebody up there with a sort of big scrubbing brush.
Yeah, one of those power washer things. Last ball of the over then. Evans on strike, shortish one, and whipped away behind point. That'll go for 4 down towards the 3rd man boundary. And well, Salisbury just looks a bit tired here.
Yeah, it does.
Not posing any real threat with the ball. So that's 12 overs, none for 45 from him, 2 maidens.
14 off the over.
Yeah.
No, was it 9 off the previous one, as he's leaking runs as well now, Salisbury.
What do Durham do here? The pitch is offering nothing really. It's just a fairly straight up and down track. Not really much in the way of sea movement or anything. Completely different conditions to when Durham were batting the other day, and the ball was going round corners, leaden skies, and in the damp and humid conditions with the floodlights on. Got a big patch of blue sky appearing now.
Some horrid stuff behind it, but everything seems to be parting as it comes to the ground. Maybe it thinks after three days of disgorging upon Fisher County ground, it's time to give it a break. So do we reckon this is the last over before tea? Or will there be 2 more?
Well, I think I'm convinced it's fixed timings on the final day still.
So it's likely to be the last. Cars searching for the breakthrough, comes into Ackerman, bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through by Ackerman and not taken cleanly by Eckersley. It just dipped as it came towards him and it bounced off. You can have sore hands after today. Ned Eckersley bounced off towards the umpire.
They're not quite at the halfway stage yet, Leicestershire, are they? So
not quite, but they've got wickets in hand, which is sort of key in a chase, isn't it?
another 4 runs and they'll be there.
Cars in again to Ackerman. Strokes it, the ball, doesn't really drive it. A little bit of a follow through and a little bit of a backlift, but nothing too aggressive. It pushes it through.
Was it
Slightly chastens off.
at New Road? Was it 150?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In
Ackerman
17 overs.
Ackerman got 70 or something?
70 odd off 30 balls. Different sort of circumstances. There was a short boundary on the Cathedral side of the ground. In goes Cars and bowls. Ackerman back foot just dropping a slightly short of a length delivery outside off stop out to, but you heard they both looked at each other, Evans and Ackerman, and both called no at more or less the same time, correctly.
The hotel and the ground, did you?
Yes.
The teams as well?
The teams too, but they were kind of in a bit that had been sort of boarded off, so to speak, made separate. So they sort of went into the ground through a separate entrance, whereas we used the front entrance and sort of went round and things like that. In goes Cars and bowls, nice and straight, and Ackerman very carefully to back down the wicket to Bride and Cars.
When I've stayed in that hotel, and I've stayed there quite a few times now, and it always alarms me when you go and ask to have an evening meal and they ask if you've made a reservation.
I've never eaten there, must admit. When I stayed, I don't have my breakfast there. I go into, because the city centre's just on the other side of the bridge, of course, and some wonderful cafes. Cars in bowls, looking to drive, thick inside part of the bat. Ball runs out towards Ben Rain at mid-on. Again, there's no runs. 5 dot balls in the so far. Von Bride is just putting on a little bit of a dragging back on the reins, if you like, as the Leicestershire horse attempts to get up to a gallop. 142 for 2. 150 needed. As Cars is in, bowls 2, Ackerman, maiden over is completed because it's a good delivery, line and length on off stump that is played out to extra cover, and there is no run. Nick Cook walks towards Neil Mallender, from which we can guess that it is indeed tea time.
Yeah.
31 overs remain to be bowled, 142 for 2, 150 needed by Leicestershire at 4.6 runs per over, 150 off 31 overs. It should be, weather permitting, and at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, it does permit a very exciting final session. Hopefully you'll be back with us in around about 15 minutes time here at Grace Road.
Here on the final day of this game, and Leicestershire need another 150 to win 31 overs.